Chapter 985. Time passed day by day. The galaxy of chaos was not peaceful, but there were no large-scale battles either. The insectoid scouts, the Interstellar Federation scout ships, and the great world of God's scout Sky Knight were constantly engaged in small-scale skirmishes. The scope of the battle covered the entire galaxy of chaos. The insectoids seemed to be preparing to accumulate combat power, so they did not attack immediately. This gave the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation more time to prepare. Many knights of various levels entered Tula, and a large number of shrines were also transferred to Tula. Tula became an important defensive line for the great world of God. This was especially true for the 5 giant shrines. Every day, shrines would organize prayers so that the 5 newly built giant shrines could contain more divine power. This would make it easier for the shrines to attack. As long as these 5 giant shrines existed, the great world of God would not have to worry about losing Tula. The power of the 5 shrines was enough to cleanse the world of all evil. The key was still the defense of the guardian planet. Due to their faith, the shrines could not interfere with the defense of the guardian planet. Of course, the most important thing was that if the shrines scattered their forces to set up the defense of the guardian planet, it would affect the defense of Tula. Therefore, the defense of the guardian planet was still led by the Interstellar Federation. In just 10 days, 5 bastions had been built, and there were more in the process of being built. Once the bastions were built, the entire defense of the guardian planet could be extended for thousands of meters. At the same time, the Federation's long-range and short-range attacks would be greatly increased. None of this had anything to do with David. As the invincible knight, no one would disturb him unless there was a major war. Especially since Chairman Gould and Admiral David were communicating directly, David did not need to participate in the cooperation between the two worlds. David was really free. It was the 12th day after the insectoid swarm was destroyed. David woke up in the morning and checked the latest intelligence. Given his status, both the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation would send him a copy of the latest battle report. David discovered that the insectoids were still accumulating strength, but their daily battles had grown from small scale to medium scale. Another large-scale war was likely to come. Over the past few days, his strength had increased rapidly. This was mainly due to the fact that the insectoids were constantly sending troops to the great world of God, but they did not start a war. A large number of insectoids occupied the space door. They were praying all the time, and the faith power they produced was all absorbed by David's inheritance rune. In the short span of 12 days, David's strength had risen from the initial legendary rank to the intermediate legendary rank. This speed of improvement would probably be extremely shocking to anyone who saw it, because it was not easy to advance to the legendary rank. As the final stage of becoming a god, every bit of improvement would require a huge price and resources. However, David only thought about his new ability every day and practiced it from time to time. All of the training was done by his soul avatar and the inheritance rune. The strange inheritance rune not only strengthened David's body, but it also allowed his body to feel the power of God in advance, preparing him to become a god in the future. David sensed the condition of his body and frowned as he asked the black dragon Alexis, "Alexis, is my situation normal?" Even David himself felt uneasy about this speed of improvement. Although strength was important, his future was more important. He did not need to worry about his lifespan. Or rather, as long as he did not die, he would become a god one day. The inheritance rune gave David a faster training speed, but he was worried that this extreme speed would leave behind hidden dangers in the future. Black Dragon Alexis smiled and explained, "Lord Arthur, I have to admit that the insectoids are geniuses. You don't need to worry about your training speed being too fast. At the legendary rank, you have billions of believers' faith power to transform into God's power. Using God's power to help you train, I feel that your training speed is considered slow. After all, your body is based on the black dragon, and its level is much higher than that of the insectoid. Black Dragon Alexis was in a very good mood. After absorbing the soul energy last time, it had recovered a part of its soul. Although it was still a distance away from full recovery, it had no problem using a part of its soul power. This made the Black Dragon Alexis combat power soar. It was confident that it could fight against the Grim Reaper. Of course, it was impossible to win, but it could escape unscathed. How's your recovery? If you encounter an insectoid god, will you be able to fight? David asked with concern. Black Dragon Alexis thought for a moment and replied, Fighting is not a problem. I can defeat the insectoid god in my peak condition, but right now I can only deal with it for a while. David was overjoyed. Recently, the Black Dragon Alexis had been using soul energy to recover. Today, he saw that the Black Dragon Alexis did not take the initiative to recover, so he disturbed the Black Dragon Alexis. He had been waiting for the Black Dragon Alexis to recover because his future plans required the Black Dragon Alexis combat power. David did not expect the Black Dragon Alexis to be able to defeat the insectoid god. As long as it could stall for a while, he would be fine. He stood up and the Black Dragon Alexis jumped back onto his shoulder. He opened the door and walked out of the room. David did not have his own tent. This was not to say that the Supreme Council did not prepare one for him, but that he had been staying in the residence arranged for him by the Interstellar Federation, and no one disturbed him. On the contrary, his 13 Temple Knights of the 5th rank each had 13 tents. David walked in the tunnel of the underground command center. His identity bracelet flashed from time to time. He had special access to the Federation's command center, so he arrived at the command center without any hindrance. Lord Arthur is here. General Francis greeted with a smile. Chairman Gould stepped forward and nodded at David with a smile. After this war, their relationship had become even closer. There was no need to pay attention to some etiquette if it was not an important occasion. Chairman Gould, General Francis, I'm here to bid you farewell, David said with a smile. David's words stunned General Francis. The Interstellar Federation's military and the great world of God had formed a strategic partnership because of David. The reason the defense line on the Guardian planet was safe was also because of David's powerful combat power. Lord Arthur, if you leave, our defense will be reduced by half. Do you have something important to say? General Francis could tell that he did not want David to leave the Guardian planet at all. I have some enlightenment in my training. I need to go back to planet Gamma for a period of seclusion, David said helplessly. The stronger David was, the more he didn't want to expose himself. The next time the insectoids attacked, they would definitely target him. At that time, if he wanted to survive, he would have to show more of his strength. That was not what he wanted. He believed that with the cooperation between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, protecting the Guardian planet would not be a problem. The Interstellar Federation had not only set up new surveillance devices in front of the front line, they had also set up several space minefields. Once the Zergs attacked, they would have to exhaust a lot of their forces before they could pose a real threat. The longer they waited, the larger the space minefields would be. Not to mention, there were now hundreds of Level 5 Temple Knights and thousands of Level 4 Sky Knight on the Guardian planet. With the multiple conscriptions of the great world of God, the nobles of all levels sent a large number of knights. The accumulation of the great world of God over a long period of time was also slowly revealed. Lord Arthur, the Supreme Council has no reason to let you stay. If you are needed, please return as soon as possible, Chairman Gould said with a bitter smile. Chairman Gould was not worried that anyone in the great world of God would object to Lord Arthur's departure. After all, among the top nobles in the great world of God, Lord Arthur had sent the most level 5 Temple Knight. In addition to the 4 temple knights that Chairman Gould had requested for the top noble families left behind by his 4 best friends, Lord Arthur had also sent 9 temple knights to participate in the war. Previously, Lord Arthur had made outstanding contributions in the war. Those were not requested by the Supreme Council or the shrines, but by Lord Arthur's spontaneous actions. Now that Lord Arthur needed to go into seclusion, no one could ask him to continue staying, no matter how demanding they were. As a good friend of Lord Arthur, Chairman Gould understood how important it was for a legendary powerhouse to go into seclusion. He would not do anything to hinder Lord Arthur's growth. In fact, with the relationship between Lord Arthur and the main family, the 2 of them had long been tied together, and one of them had suffered a loss. Now, Chairman Gould only hoped that Lord Arthur's strength would be stronger to the point that the shrines would have scruples. With the help of the Supreme Council, the nobles would be able to compete with the shrines. Of course, these were all Chairman Gould's wild wishes. After taking control of the Supreme Council, he encountered a war. He deeply felt the constraints of power from the shrines. "At your command." David bowed to Chairman Gould with a knight's salute. "Lord Arthur, don't make your departure public. Only the few of us know. I'm worried that the news of your departure will make the hearts of the people on the Guardian planet waver." General Francis finally requested when he saw that Lord Arthur's departure was inevitable. "At your command." David smiled and bowed to General Francis. The Guardian planet successfully defended against the attack of the Zerg Tide, which allowed the shrines to release the restrictions on the Guardian planet and set up a medium-sized portal on the Guardian planet. This medium-sized portal was connected to the teleportation network of the Great World of God to facilitate the transfer of personnel and logistics. The original small directional portal could only teleport 1 person at a time, and the interval was very long. With this medium-sized portal, 1 team of knight could be teleported each time. David came to the underground medium-sized portal. The 2 level 4 Sky Knight in charge hurriedly stood up and saluted him with a knight's salute. These 2 level 4 Sky Knights did not have any combat missions. Their only mission was to destroy the medium-sized portal when necessary. David returned the salute. Without the help of the 2 Sky Knights, he used his lord's authority to connect to the planet-level portal on the Gammy planet. He stepped into the mid-sized teleportation gate and disappeared. David appeared on the Gammy planet and looked at everything familiar. The construction of the planet controlled by the artificial intelligence system did not stop because of the departure of its owner. Robots were busy everywhere. All kinds of precious crops from the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God were cultivated and mass-produced here. David did not care about the consumption, nor did he care about the cost. Everything was based on his needs. He activated the new underground sneak talent ability. His body entered the ground and kept diving down. This time, because of the upgrade of the underground sneak talent ability, he went down a full 500 meters before stopping. Then, he used the underground sneak talent ability to control the soil and stones to open up an underground space 500 meters below the ground. In order to stabilize this underground space, David used 142 soul avatars to control 142 quill pens. He dipped them in alchemy ink and drew reinforcement patterns and ancient isolation patterns around the underground space. The reason why this underground space was placed 500 meters below the ground was to not be discovered by others. The security here was even more important than the super server of the Gammy planet's artificial intelligence system. In order to hide this underground space, David took out his previous spoils of war and set up an alchemy circle to hide the evil god's followers. Although the evil god's followers were hated by everyone in the great world of God, they were definitely not weak when it came to hiding their presence, especially when it came to scanning shrines. After everything was done, David released the Assassin Mantis King Assassin. This place was 500 meters below the ground, and there were many layers of isolation, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Apart from legends like David, an ordinary level 5 knight or level 5 priest could only explore a few dozen meters below the ground. The earth had a great influence on spiritual exploration. The underground was also the place where important things were normally hidden in the great world of God. Almost every castle had a basement. However, it was very difficult to dig a basement 500 meters below the ground. On one hand, such a project was too big, and on the other hand, the technical requirements were too high. David's mind entered the small world of his soul space and connected to the space coordinate pattern. He first added the coordinates of this location to the second space of the space coordinate. In the future, no matter where he was, he could directly return here. This place would also become his safe house in the great world of God. This was also the reason why David attached so much importance to this underground space. If it wasn't for the fact that his mastery of divine runes had not reached the level where he could draw them himself, he would have wanted to use divine runes to strengthen this safe house. Chapter 986. In David's small soul world, the second space coordinate of the space coordinate pattern had been recorded. No matter how far he was, he could still sense the safe house 500 meters underground through the space coordinate. David's mind did not leave the space coordinate pattern. He paid attention to the first space coordinate of the space giant beetle. It was also the only space coordinate that was solidified in the space coordinate pattern. Since he had made up his mind, he did not hesitate. After activating the first space coordinate, he felt the space coordinate pattern begin to absorb the space energy in his space coordinate pattern. After absorbing about half of the space energy in the space coordinate pattern, the space coordinate pattern was finally fully activated. The first solidified space coordinate appeared in front of David along with the space energy. The first thing that appeared was the outline of a space wormhole. David frowned. This wormhole was clearly a bit too big. As soon as he thought about it, the outline of the wormhole began to shrink until it was the size he wanted. He had a feeling that the next time he used the space coordinate talent ability, it would not consume so much space energy. In other words, David had the space rune to store space energy. The space beetle completely relied on its special body, and the energy flowing in its body was space energy. David had to thank the space coordinate pattern that he had obtained before. Otherwise, if he activated the space coordinate talent ability, it would take him many days to slowly absorb the space energy. The space energy in the wormhole flowed. The strange space coordinate pattern was arranged in a way that he did not know, forming the most wonderful wormhole in the world. After a period of space energy surging, the wormhole finally stabilized. David looked at the wormhole in front of him and was very excited. This was the first wormhole that he had created himself. He could create a wormhole for long-distance teleportation without any external object. He sensed the situation of the wormhole. The stability of the wormhole was related to his strength. For example, the wormhole created by the space giant beetle could only be used by level 5 insectoid. No matter how strong they were, they would not be able to use it. David's strength was at the legendary rank. This allowed him to create a wormhole that could only be used by legendary ranks at most. David did not think about this problem anymore. First, he had to consider whether the other side of the wormhole was safe. If the other side of the wormhole was not safe, he did not have to think about it anymore. David shifted his mind to the soul of the assassin Mantis King. After 12 days of recovery, the soul of the assassin Mantis King had recovered by more than half. Its strength had also completely recovered. This was also the strongest legendary rank that David could use. Although the Blade Mantis King's defense was stronger, its huge body could not pass through the wormhole at all. Although the shrinking innate ability could shrink one's body, when passing through the wormhole, it would not be calculated according to the size of the body. The power of rules contained in the wormhole would not be affected by the special ability. As for the Black Dragon Alexis, there was no need to talk about it. God-level strength could not pass through the wormhole at all. David familiarized himself with the Assassin Mantis King's body. He had experience controlling level 4 Assassin Mantis puppets, so he quickly got used to controlling the Assassin Mantis King. The Assassin Mantis King's twin blades had been restrained. During this time, the twin blades had already reached the limit of the Fatal Blade talent ability. As long as the blades were used, it would be a fatal blow. David would not test it casually. He controlled the Assassin Mantis King to walk towards the wormhole. Without any obstruction, the Assassin Mantis King walked through the wormhole. When it appeared again, the surroundings had changed greatly. There were no large numbers of insectoids as expected. This was underground, and the space giant beetle probably did not want its safety coordinates to be exposed. In fact, the insectoids were always dangerous. When the space giant beetle set the safety coordinates, it had considered this danger. Even if the insectoids were of the same species, the space giant beetle still had to be careful. The safety coordinates were set so that it could return when needed. Because using the space coordinates talent ability required too much space energy, the space giant beetle could not use this ability as a daily ability. Therefore, the space giant beetle would only use the space coordinates talent ability when it was in danger or at very important times. When it escaped from danger, it was very likely that it was heavily injured and appeared in a heavily injured state. If it appeared in front of its own kind, it could not guarantee that its own kind would not devour its injured self to increase their own strength. The safety coordinates set by the space giant beetle were in a hidden space stone mine. No other insectoids knew about this place. When the space giant beetle discovered this space stone mine, it immediately used its ability to seal this place and set it up as its own safety point. The Assassin Mantis King was inside the space stone mine. Even though they were in different worlds, this kind of soul connection was not blocked at all. David looked at the space stones on the stone walls around him and could not help but be surprised. According to the Interstellar Federation's research, the insectoid world's resources had been exhausted long ago. Therefore, the insectoids were crazily expanding outwards to obtain resources to strengthen their race. However, the space stone mine in front of him shattered David's old ideas. He had never seen a space stone mine of this scale before. The space stone was a precious mineral. It was the main material used to make space rings and other space items. The great world of God currently knew that the space stone mine's production was very small. It was only enough for the noble to use. The Interstellar Federation also had space stone mines, but the production was also very small. It was even worse than the great world of God. In order to make more use of the space stone, the Interstellar Federation used advanced knowledge and technology to make small space stone fragments into space bracers that were 1 cubic meter in size. This was why the space bracers could be used in the Federation. David sighed in his heart. He was very satisfied that he did not see any other insectoids. He used the eyes of the Assassin Mantis King to observe the situation around him. There was only one passage that led outside. The Assassin Mantis King suppressed its own aura to an extremely weak level. This was also the Assassin Mantis King's instinct. It was enough to fool other legendary rank experts. The Assassin Mantis King walked to the passage. The passage extended outwards. The space stone emitted a faint light so that the passage was not dark. Of course, even in a completely dark environment, the Assassin Mantis King's eyes could still see. As a legendary assassin, the Assassin Mantis King could adapt to any harsh environment, let alone darkness. Rich mine. This was David's thought as he walked along. The space stone distribution here did not even need to look inside the mine. Just by looking at the number of space stones exposed outside, one could determine the amount of space stones stored here. It was reasonable for the space beetle to treat this place as a secret safe zone. This place was extremely important to anyone with the talent of space. The rich spatial energy allowed the spatial beetle to immediately absorb the spatial energy here to replenish itself and quickly recover after it returned from a faraway place with its innate ability of spatial coordinate. David controlled the assassin mantis king to walk a short distance before he saw the entrance of the cave. However, he did not dare to let the assassin mantis king walk out of the cave because there was nothing outside the cave. He could vaguely see that there was a barrier blocking the space outside. David did not immediately know where this place was, but he was sure that this place was very special. He carefully controlled the mind of the assassin mantis king to spread out. This assassin mantis king's mind only had a range of 5,000 meters. The assassin mantis king was probably not a legendary rank with the specialty of the soul. More importantly, the assassin mantis king's soul energy had not fully recovered. However, 5,000 meters was enough for David to explore. After using his mind to explore, David understood the location of this space stone mine. It seemed that this was a stable space crack. Perhaps a huge space fragment had appeared here before, and then the space fragment merged with the main world. During the fusion process, this kind of space crack would appear. This was a possibility, or perhaps a powerful person had intentionally created this space crack. However, this speculation was not very likely. If this was the reason, the space beetle would definitely not treat this place as a safe zone. However, no matter which possibility it was, in this stable space crack, due to the natural space energy and the suitable space fragment, this space stone mine had appeared. If a space crack like this was placed here, no one with the talent of space or a life form with the talent of space but not enough strength would be able to discover its existence. It could only be said that the space beetle was too lucky to have discovered this stable space crack and the space stone mine inside it. That was why it had treated this place as its secret safe zone. From David's point of view, this space coordinate was countless times better than his safe house 500 meters underground on Gamma planet. The prerequisite of a person with the talent of space was enough to exclude most creatures. In addition, the space beetle had discovered it first and made some arrangements to make this space crack even more hidden. David let out a long sigh of relief. This space coordinate in the bug world was unexpectedly safe, and it filled him with confidence that his main body would come to the bug world. David named this space coordinate as the Bug World Safe Zone. He withdrew his mind from the soul of the assassin mantis king and returned to the main soul of his main body. David opened his eyes and took a step forward without hesitation. Just as he was about to pass through the space wormhole, he stopped. He sensed that many items on his body, as well as the black dragon Alexis, were rejected by the space wormhole. If he dared to force his way through, it was very likely that the space wormhole would collapse. David's space pendant and many spare space rings were rejected by the space wormhole. These space items that far exceeded the capacity of normal space items would not be allowed to pass through the space wormhole by the rules of space. However, he noticed something strange. The biggest space item on his body, the Divine Artifact space card, did not feel rejected by the space wormhole. The Black Dragon Alexis did not explain anything to David. It was not good at space knowledge. In order to show the dignity of a god, it turned a blind eye to David's doubts. David did not want the Black Dragon Alexis to explain, because he had found the reason through his own analysis. The reason why the space wormhole rejected powerful beings and large space items was because the space of the space wormhole itself was fragile. It could not tolerate the entry of large space and powerful beings. Once a large space item or a powerful being disturbed the space energy, the space wormhole would form a space turbulence after the item or the powerful being entered, destroying the wormhole and the intruder. As the person who created the space wormhole, David could sense the state of the space wormhole. As for why the Divine Artifact space card did not cause the space wormhole to reject it, the reason was probably the binding power of the Divine Artifact space card. When the God of Death created the Divine Artifact space card, He used his own understanding of the rules of space to lock the space fragments in the divine artifact space card inside using the space anchor stone. There would not be a trace of space energy leaking out. The space wormhole needed to detect the rules, and the methods of the gods could resist and deceive the rules. This was also why the space wormhole did not reject the space wormhole even though there were two extremely large small worlds in the divine artifact space card. Every time David discovered the terror of the gods, he would be more vigilant because the god of death was his enemy. Ever since he saved the black dragon Alexis, he and the god of death became mortal enemies. One day they would have to face each other. After discovering the function of the divine artifact space card, David was relieved. He put a few of his space items and the black dragon Alexis into the death space of the divine artifact space card. After that, he took the divine artifact space card and walked towards the space wormhole. This time, he did not feel a trace of space rejection. He walked into the space wormhole. Just as David stepped out and appeared in the safe zone of the insectoid world, many feelings appeared in his body. The first was the feeling of suppression. David was not accepted by the entire world. He was a legendary, which was enough for the rules of the world to take him seriously. He finally understood why the assassin Mantis King was hiding in the body of another level 5 insectoid. The feeling of being suppressed was too uncomfortable. At most, he could only use half of his strength. At this time, David discovered the uniqueness of the assassin Mantis King. After he resurrected the assassin Mantis King and used his soul clone to replace the original soul, the assassin Mantis King was recognized by both worlds. Chapter 987. One had to know that the assassin Mantis King was a legendary level expert like David. According to the rules of different worlds, it should only be recognized by one world. However, his assassin Mantis King did not feel any suppression from the rules of the two worlds. David didn't know how this worked, but it wasn't as if he didn't have any fighting power in the bug world. Of course, he didn't want to leave this safe zone of the bug world. He came to the bug world to confirm a guess. Actually, David didn't need to confirm anything. As long as he felt the Emperor Inheritance Pattern's rotation speed up, he knew that his guess was right. The Emperor Inheritance Pattern could receive even more faith power in the bug world. Now, David felt that the faith power was extremely dense. It was many times more than the billions of bugs in the great world of God. Although the power of faith lingering around him was invisible, it filled up the area of dozens of meters around him, and this area was still expanding. The belief of the bug world was imprinted in the genetic inheritance of every single bug. Every single bug had their own belief in the inheritance of the Emperor rank rune. As long as they had a bit of free time, they would pray to the Emperor Inheritance Pattern. The faith power produced by these prayers would be distributed according to the Emperor Inheritance Pattern's level. Normally speaking, David was only at the legend rank, and the amount of faith power he could distribute was also at the legend rank. However, the Emperor rank inheritance rune he obtained was nurtured by the bug race's god rank, and it had already reached the god rank. Therefore, what David felt at this moment was the amount of faith power a mid-tier deity could distribute. With his strength only at the legendary rank, it was very strenuous for him to convert so much faith power, which was why it formed a pile outside his body. This was a happy problem. David let more soul avatars participate in the rotation of the Emperor Inheritance Pattern to increase the speed of his training. With so much faith power, the amount of divine power he could convert through the inheritance rune was naturally even more. This was still limited by his own strength, but even so, the amount of divine power converted into legendary rank energy was enough to fill him up. What kind of training speed was this? It could be said that if David stayed here for 5 days, he could reach the peak of legendary rank. One had to know that David's body was the body of a black dragon. The amount of energy required to level up was much more than that of the 100-meter-long Blade Mantis King. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Alexis, do you need me to bring you out? David wasn't used to the feeling of not having Black Dragon Alexis by his side. He asked the Black Dragon Alexis, who was in the space of death. He didn't dare to directly bring Black Dragon Alexis out. Who knew if this space crack could accommodate a god-rank existence like Black Dragon Alexis, or if the rules of the bug world would react violently to a god-rank intruder. These were all things that Black Dragon Alexis had to decide for himself. David didn't have any experience in this area. Black Dragon Alexis sensed for a moment and replied, "I won't go out. As soon as I leave the space of death, I will be discovered by the bug world. Then this place will be exposed." David nodded and summoned the Mind-Brain Bug King. Through the Mind-Brain Bug King's avatar, he activated the Mind Barrier talent ability and covered up the entire space crack. In order to maintain the Mind Barrier, he decided to leave the Mind-Brain Bug King in this bug world safe spot. Just as David entered the bug world through the wormhole, the Emperor rank inheritance pattern was discovered by the other 8 god rank bugs with the Emperor rank inheritance pattern. However, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary because they didn't know that the Blade Mantis Emperor had lost his Emperor rank inheritance pattern. Apart from informing his trusted subordinates, the Blade Mantis Emperor didn't spread the news of losing the Emperor rank inheritance pattern. As long as the Blade Mantis Emperor's strength didn't drop out of the god rank, the bugs under the Blade Mantis Emperor wouldn't dare to disobey its orders. God ranks didn't rely on their own senses to sense the Emperor rank inheritance pattern. Instead, every Emperor rank inheritance pattern had some sort of connection with each other. Of course, in order to protect the Emperor rank inheritance pattern from being stolen and to allow the owner of the Emperor rank inheritance pattern to safely grow up, this connection could only detect the appearance of the Emperor rank inheritance pattern. It couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the Emperor rank inheritance pattern. Since the Blade Mantis Emperor had lost his Emperor rank inheritance pattern, he couldn't sense the appearance of the Emperor rank inheritance pattern. Naturally, he didn't know that David had brought the Emperor rank inheritance pattern to the bug world. This kind of fact was inconceivable. The Blade Mantis Emperor did not even think of this possibility. The Blade Mantis Emperor was still thinking about how to kill David and retrieve the Emperor rank inheritance pattern that belonged to him. Unless he was in complete despair, the Blade Mantis Emperor wouldn't ask for help from someone of the same rank. David didn't know that although his appearance had been discovered by the 8 god ranks with the Emperor rank inheritance pattern, it hadn't caused any trouble. Even the Queen Zerg hadn't discovered this. In fact, the relationship between the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Queen Zerg was almost equal. Although the Queen Zerg had the authority to command the god ranks of the bug race, she rarely interfered with the god ranks of the bug race. For example, the appearance of the portal this time was within the territory of the Blade Mantis Emperor. Therefore, the Blade Mantis Emperor had full authority to deal with it. This involved a huge amount of benefits, so the other god ranks of the bug race couldn't get involved. If the Blade Mantis Emperor were to successfully invade a great world of gods, it would naturally reap the most bountiful benefits. The Blade Mantis Emperor lending out the Emperor rank inheritance pattern was something that rarely happened within the bug race, but it wasn't impossible. Therefore, the god ranks of the bug race didn't find it strange that the Emperor rank inheritance pattern had disappeared from the bug race world. The biggest reason for this was the strength of the Blade Mantis Emperor. The god ranks of the bug race didn't believe that anyone could defeat the Blade Mantis Emperor and steal the Emperor rank inheritance pattern right under the nose of the Blade Mantis Emperor. Inheritance patterns like the Emperor rank inheritance pattern that had been recognized as its master could be retrieved from the same world with just a thought. It was almost impossible to steal it. When David teamed up with the Black Dragon Alexis, he didn't think so much. The Blade Mantis Emperor had been killed by the Black Dragon Alexis in one hit and then stored in the space pendant, which was almost a godly item. This caused the Blade Mantis Emperor to lose the opportunity to retrieve it. Even the god ranks of the bug race probably didn't think of this possibility. A god rank would actually launch a sneak attack. David stayed in the safe zone of the bug race world to train. He wasn't completely clueless about the battle in the great world of God. The 13 level 5 Knight Templars provided him with the latest battle situation at all times. This was especially so for Lord Harlow. Due to his identity, he received information from the Supreme Council every day. Therefore, not only the battle situation, but also some major events in the great world of God were easily known to David. However, no matter what happened, David wasn't prepared to leave the safe zone of the bug race world. He was improving every moment. His physique, spirit, and Black Dragon's power could all be transformed and improved through divine power. The bug race was indeed a magical race. Because the bug race itself wasn't very intelligent, the bug race had developed such a foolproof method of inheritance. Of course, the Emperor rank inheritance pattern didn't appear randomly. Out of billions of bug race members, only one bug race member with an Emperor rank bloodline could be born. Out of tens of bug race members with an Emperor rank bloodline, only a god rank seed with an Emperor rank inheritance pattern could be born. Every time a bug race member with an Emperor rank inheritance pattern appeared, they would rapidly improve in a short period of time. They would soon reach the legendary level. After that, it would depend on luck to become a demigod. After becoming a demigod, they would have the most basic ability to protect themselves in the bug race. In the history of the bug race, there had never been a case where an Emperor rank inheritance pattern was obtained by a non-bug race member. At this moment, every step that David took in his cultivation was creating new history. In fact, if another human obtained an Emperor rank inheritance pattern, it was highly likely that they wouldn't gain the advantage of rapid improvement. Instead, their body would collapse from the rapid improvement. This was because the Emperor rank inheritance pattern was originally based on the bug race's characteristics to strengthen one's physique. With a human's weak body, they wouldn't be able to last long under such strengthening. David was a special existence. His bloodline had been changed to the pure Black Dragon bloodline. He had the origin of the Black Dragon bloodline. In his soul, there was also the dragon soul core of the Black Dragon. This made him like a humanoid black dragon. Not to mention, there was also the battle angel bone in his body that provided him with an endless amount of indestructible life force. This allowed him to continuously recover as long as he wasn't instantly killed. Just like Black Dragon Alexis said, the Black Dragon's body was naturally more advanced than the bug race's body. Even if the Emperor rank inheritance pattern was developed by the Blade Mantis Emperor, it wouldn't be able to damage David's body. It would only speed up David's cultivation. For 5 days, David quietly stayed in the bug race world's safe spot. He didn't explore the outside world, nor did he care about the situation in the great world of God. He focused all his attention on transforming his divine power into energy and increasing his own strength. As he floated in the mine, terrifying energy leaked out of his body. It was then scattered by the 6 divine artifacts, the Death God Chains. In a short period of time, David's cultivation speed was too fast. He couldn't restrain his own energy and was forcefully raised to the peak of the legendary rank, which was only half a step away from becoming a god. Lord Arthur, you should stay in this realm for a while. If you become a demigod just like this, there will be a lot of trouble. Black Dragon Alexis stayed in the Divine Artifact space card, but it was also paying attention to David's situation. David was also very confident in Black Dragon Alexis. He opened the channel of the Master Servant contract so that it could observe the changes in his body. In these 5 days, Black Dragon Alexis was in shock. David's cultivation speed was beyond Black Dragon Alexis' imagination. In the great world of God, the Imperial inheritance pattern turned billions of faith power into divine power to increase David's strength. Black Dragon Alexis was shocked, but it was still acceptable. However, after coming to the insectoid world, David's strength was no longer restricted by the power of faith. Instead, it was restricted by his own ability to operate the inheritance rune. Black Dragon Alexis couldn't imagine how many worshippers the bug race had. In the bug race world, faith power was nothing to be concerned about. It was just too much. Although David's cultivation speed was fast enough, there were still hidden dangers. The biggest one was that David forcefully raised himself to the peak of the legendary rank, but he didn't obtain his own domain ability. David's domain ability was still the blade domain. This domain ability was indeed very powerful in battle, but it was only powerful against enemies weaker than him. The blade domain was much less effective against legendary rank combatants of the same level. In fact, it could only be used as an auxiliary method to interfere with the enemy's movement. Perhaps the blade domain was powerful enough for ordinary legendaries, but in the eyes of Black Dragon Alexis, there were too many flaws. Black Dragon Alexis saw the opportunity to work with David to kill the Grim Reaper from David's rapid growth. He didn't want David to have a fatal flaw in the process of increasing his strength. David himself had excellent talent. He had the power rule and the speed rule. No matter which of these two rules formed a domain ability, it was countless times stronger than the blade domain. Black Dragon Alexis didn't want David to waste his talent just to quickly become a demigod. Another important thing was that if David became a demigod in the bug race world, he would be accepted by the bug race world, but he would lose the recognition of the great world of God. After David became a demigod, he would be suppressed by the great world of God's world rules when he returned to the great world of God. Unless he was prepared to stay in the bug race world and develop there, moving around in the bug race world with a human body was almost an act of suicide. Therefore, whether it was for future development or to return to the great world of God, David couldn't continue to stay in the bug race world and continue to train. Alexis, your reminder was timely. I was a little carried away, David said with a nod. Chapter 988. David reluctantly stopped the operation of the royal inheritance pattern. It was like riding a high-speed train, and it was addictive. After he stopped, he had stabilized at the peak of the legendary rank. If it wasn't for Black Dragon Alexis reminding him, he might have become a demigod right there. Of course, that was if he could break through the bottleneck between legendary and demigod in a short period of time. This was not the same as the previous bottleneck. For example, when David was advancing from level 5 to legendary, his soul had broken through first, allowing his body to break through the bottleneck of level 5 easily. The demigod realm had the word God in it, which meant that the essence of life had changed. A demigod would have some of the characteristics of a god. This kind of breakthrough in life level was not a good thing. The success rate was a big problem. Even if he succeeded with the help of divine power, he would only be the weakest among the demigods. As the royal inheritance pattern stopped operating, the power of faith around David increased. David didn't know what would happen if he ignored the power of faith for a long time, and he didn't want to try. He didn't stay in the bug world any longer and activated the second coordinate of the space coordinate pattern. This time, the amount of space energy consumed by the space coordinate talent ability was significantly reduced. It only used a quarter of the space energy in the space pattern to successfully open a wormhole. David checked the condition of his equipment and stored the items that were rejected by the wormhole into the Divine Artifact space card. He didn't take any space stones. He didn't lack space items. He had killed a lot of powerful people, and all of their space items were thrown into the space pendant. Space stones were useless to him. Besides, to maintain the stability of the space crack, he wouldn't mine the space stone mine. When the wormhole stabilized, David stepped into the wormhole. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a safe spot 500 meters below the surface of Gamma Star, a divine macro world. After 2 successful world conversions, David still couldn't help but marvel at the spatial coordinates talent ability in disbelief. In fact, even in the bug world, there were very few bugs that could raise their space ability to level up to level 5. The space giant beetle was the strongest of them all, and its abilities were highly valued by the insectoid. If the wormhole didn't have a power limit, the space giant beetle would be even more terrifying. David looked at his safe spot and thought for a while before summoning his level 5 bishop clone. He rarely used this clone, especially after he reached the legendary rank. The ability of a level 5 bishop was no longer important. This level 5 bishop was Bishop Gershwin. He had the space talent, but his space talent was far from the space giant beetle's. David didn't want Bishop Gershwin to fight here, but with Bishop Gershwin, he could sense the situation here and determine if it was 100% safe. In addition, Bishop Gershwin possessed the spatial talent of a level 5 bishop. He could also conceal the spatial teleportation here so that no spatial fluctuations would spread out. What David didn't know was that when he left the bug world and returned to the great world of God, the Emperor inheritance pattern suddenly disappeared in the bug world. This aroused the curiosity of the 8 God-level bugs. Blade Mantis Emperor, what are you doing? Why did you send the inheritance pattern in and out of the world so many times? You're disturbing my training. The Spider Emperor used the unique communication method of the Zerg to communicate with the Blade Mantis Emperor through the long-distance communication ability of the Zerg. The bugs didn't have the courtesy of the great world of God. They didn't even have the courtesy of the Interstellar Federation. They were all straightforward. Half Spider Emperor, the inheritance pattern is mine. I can do whatever I want with it. Blade Mantis Emperor was stunned for a moment when he heard the half Spider Emperor's words. The Blade Mantis Emperor was extremely shocked. It had heard one thing, and that was that the Emperor inheritance pattern had just disappeared from the bug tribe world. As someone who knew the whereabouts of the Emperor inheritance pattern, he naturally knew that the human Lord Arthur had entered the bug world and left safely. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, the Blade Mantis Emperor chose to hide it. It's been so long and you still haven't achieved anything. Do you want me to replace you? The half-spider Emperor was only complaining about the Emperor inheritance pattern. However, at this time, the Blade Mantis Emperor had provoked his dissatisfaction, so he said sarcastically, "Mind your own business." Blade Mantis Emperor replied, and then closed the communication. The half-spider Emperor wasn't angry. It was one of the few bugs that had a human-like upper body. In terms of intelligence, it had the same advantage as it had the appearance. Although the Blade Mantis Emperor replied to the half-spider Emperor's question, his attitude was a bit strange. The half-spider Emperor grasped this strangeness. With the Blade Mantis Emperor's previous attitude, this kind of provocation would definitely be met with a strong response. However, today's Blade Mantis Emperor made the half-spider Emperor feel that he was lacking in confidence. This made the half-spider Emperor interested. The half-spider race also had a corresponding force on the Warstar. An order was sent to the Warstar. Gammy Planet was David's private planet. He didn't have to worry about his actions being seen by others, so he could release his aura without worry. A terrifying peak legendary rank aura was released from his body. He could feel the power of a peak legendary rank. The greatest change that the peak of the legendary rank brought to David was the Edge Domain. As his strength increased, the Edge Domain rune's energy absorption speed increased as well. Now that David had activated the Blade Domain, he didn't have to worry about the energy consumption of the Blade Domain. This was because the energy consumption and recovery of the Blade Domain were almost balanced. If he were to enter the space battlefield again, as long as the insectoids didn't have any legendaries, he would be able to stop the insectoid tide by himself. Of course, this was on the premise that the insectoids didn't use super long-range attack. For example, if tens of thousands of elite exploding bugs attacked at the same time, David would have to retreat. Some attacks were of a strategic level. Quantity could lead to a qualitative change, which was especially obvious in such a strategic level attack. David tried to sense the law of strength. His perception of the law of strength had clearly increased. He could even sense the law of strength of the main world. He tried to use the law of strength around him. Under the guidance of his mind, he was able to control the law of strength of the main world for the first time. Within 10 meters of David, the space around him suddenly shook. A huge wave was produced, and his body was sent flying by this huge wave. Black Dragon Alexis sat firmly on David's shoulder and said, "Lord Arthur, the main world is different from your small world. You need to control the law more gently." David shook his dizzy head and said, "It's indeed different. Luckily, I'm only experimenting in a small area." Controlling the law of strength was too fierce, and it made David suffer a bit. With his body as the center, the space mass within 10 meters suddenly acted on his body. To be honest, this mass wasn't heavy, but it had an unstoppable force that made his body roll out involuntarily. David understood that this was the power of the law. The law of strength was the most basic law. The power it produced wasn't just strength, but also the power of the law of strength. Without the ability to resist the power of the law, no matter how small the power of the law was, it couldn't be stopped. Fortunately, the law of strength activated was very small, and it didn't cause much harm to David. David was even more careful. Starting with the smallest amount of control, he slowly increased his control over the law of strength, slowly getting used to the difference between the law of strength of the main world and the law of strength of the small world. This kind of training also brought about another benefit. It allowed David to better control his own power. He wouldn't be unable to control his aura just because he had just reached the peak of the legendary rank. 2 hours later, David could skillfully control the law of strength in the main world. Currently, the range of the law of strength was only 20 meters. If he wanted to expand it further, he would need to have more control over the law of strength. This wasn't an easy task. He had to constantly sense the law of strength of the main world every day. As for how long it would take for the law of strength to become his domain ability, even Black Dragon Alexis couldn't give a specific time. Being able to familiarize himself with the law of strength of the main world in just 2 hours was mainly due to the 142 soul avatars. His thinking speed and analytical ability were extremely powerful, making him a true peerless genius. Being able to use the law of strength in the main world didn't have much impact on David's actual combat strength. After all, he had cheated by possessing the small world from the start. Although the law of strength of the main world was much stronger than the law of strength of his small world, the small world belonged to him. The limit to controlling the law of strength of the small world was the strength of his mind. As for the law of strength of the main world, David had to resense the law of strength step by step in the unfamiliar main world to strengthen his control over it. After gaining initial control over the law of strength of the main world, David's target turned to the law of speed. His control over the law of speed had always been very low. This was related to the law of strength being more intuitive than the law of speed. David didn't sense the law of speed of the main world from the start. His mind entered the small world of his soul space and connected to the battle angel crystal, trying to sense the law of speed knowledge within it. He had tried many times before, but to no avail. This time, David's strength had reached the peak of the legendary rank. According to Black Dragon Alexis, this level was the best time to comprehend the power of the law of strength. If one's strength was below the peak of the legendary rank, they wouldn't have enough perception of the power of the law. This would make it twice as easy to perceive the power of the law of strength with half the effort. After reaching the peak of the legendary rank, the control of the law of strength would solidify in the body. If one wanted to grasp a new power of the law, it would be 100 times more difficult. Therefore, the foundation of a god was generally laid at the peak of the legendary rank. In the demigod stage, the power of the law of strength would be combined with the body to form a demigod body in preparation to become a god. The ability of a god was also related to the power of the law of strength that they had grasped at this stage. If one wanted to transform the new power of the law into their own power of the law after becoming a god, the energy and resources needed would be more cost-effective than strengthening the power of the law that they had already grasped. The law of speed, knowledge that he had always wanted but couldn't obtain, was now flowing out of the battle angel crystal at David's request. David tried to activate the law of speed in the small world, and a strange power of the law appeared in front of him. He moved his mind, and this strange power of the law was transferred out of the small world and applied to himself. With a boom, David felt his mind shake. Then the world in front of him seemed to have stopped. He could see a fallen leaf stop beside him. He knew that the leaf had been blown over by the wind. This was very common on the Gamma star, which was densely covered with trees and plants. According to the normal speed, the leaf would fly away in less than a second after being blown by him. But this time, the leaf stopped in place after he received the power of the speed rule. David tried to reach out and grab the leaf. He found that the law of speed he had received was rapidly consuming as he moved. He grabbed the fallen leaf and took out a quill from his dimensional pendant. He casually wrote the word speed on it until he felt that the speed rule was about to disappear. Only then did he put the fallen leaf back to its original place. At this moment, the law of speed was completely consumed, and the whole world recovered from its static state. The leaf continued to dance with the wind. If it wasn't for the word speed written in black ink on the leaf, David would have thought that everything just now was an illusion. He wanted to reach out and grab the leaf again to take a closer look, but when he moved his arm, he felt a soreness. David was shocked. He sensed the condition of his arm and found that his arm muscles were obviously strained. His skin was a little congested, and his wrist was a little red and swollen. How strong was his body? Although the legendary rank Black Dragon's body was only a young dragon, it was still a dragon that was about to leave its infancy. Its body was far stronger than any human of the same rank. With such a body, under the use of the speed rule, he only made a few simple movements, grabbed a fallen leaf, and wrote a word on it, and his arm was injured like this. It was no wonder that he could only start to understand the law of speed when he reached the peak of the legendary rank. This law of speed was not something that could be understood at the lower ranks. Chapter 989. David couldn't help but rejoice that he hadn't used too much power when he was experimenting with the speed rule. If he had, the damage to his body would have been far greater than this. He believed that under the effect of the speed rule, his speed had reached an unimaginable extreme in the instant the fallen leaf stopped. That was why he had seen the fallen leaf completely still. That was why he had only reached out to grab the fallen leaf, wrote 2 words on it, and did such an ordinary thing. That was why his arm had been severely damaged. David's body movements and actions in the instant the leaf stopped moving were all completed in 1,000th of a second in reality. Naturally, it was a huge burden on his body. The edicts of speed wasn't an ability that an ordinary legend could grasp. Battle angels were born as a race of gods. They were born with the ability to grasp the edicts of speed. Only a race like this could withstand the overload of the edicts of speed. David had unexpectedly obtained the speed rule. Even though he had grasped the surface of the real speed rule, it was still very strenuous for him. That was the difference in racial talent. This was also because his bones were the bones of a battle angel. Otherwise, his bones wouldn't have been able to support it, causing him to be unable to continue halfway due to broken bones. Although the results of the speed rule weren't ideal, the power that exceeded his understanding made David's eyes light up. He didn't care about being injured. No matter how serious the injury was, it was just a matter of using the indestructible life force. What David cared about was how to apply the speed rule. In a short period of time, his brain produced countless ways to apply the speed rule. Lord Arthur, the law of speed you obtained is different from any law of speed I've ever seen. What kind of powerful being could have such an understanding of the law of speed? Black Dragon Alexis asked in disbelief. No wonder the Black Dragon Alexis was so surprised. When David was experimenting with the speed rule, the Black Dragon Alexis didn't find anything special. But after seeing David retrieve the fallen leaf and discover the words on it, it understood what had just happened. Although the Black Dragon Alexis's soul had not fully recovered, the soul energy it could use had reached the lowest God-level standard. However, it could not even detect David's movements. This was somewhat unexpected. David thought of the battle in his soul space. Even though she was reduced to a remnant soul, the battle angel was still able to suppress the bald man god. It could be seen how terrifying the battle angel was when she was at her peak. When he thought of the battle angel, the scene of the battle angel fighting appeared in his mind. At that time, the battle angel had a pair of white wings on his back, but David also had white wings, and they were the white wings left behind by the battle angel. However, David didn't realize that the white wings helped him much. Perhaps the white wings increased his speed and strengthened his connection with the battle angel skeleton. However, these benefits became insignificant as David's strength increased. This made him unable to understand why a powerful battle angel had to activate the white feather wings that seemed cumbersome to him in battle. Was it for the defense of the white feather wings to protect him when he was in danger? David didn't think so. He didn't watch much of the battle angel's battle, but he knew that the battle angel wasn't the kind of god that liked defense. The battle angel's battle style was to attack. At most, she would use speed to dodge and continue to attack. Therefore, David probably didn't realize the use of the white feather wings. He felt that he had missed something. Thinking of this, David's divine weapon Shadow split open on his back. A pair of snow-white energy wings extended from his back. With the appearance of the energy wings, a trace of undying life force appeared and automatically healed the injury on David's arm. David didn't care about the healing of his injury. He focused on feeling the energy wings on his back. Unfortunately, no matter how much he felt, he couldn't feel the difference between the energy wings and before. His gaze landed on a fallen leaf that came with the wind. With a thought, he activated the speed rule in the small world of his soul space. A trace of the speed rule power was generated. David moved the speed rule power out of the small world. Just like the last experiment, the entire world stopped. The fallen leaf stopped in midair. He didn't do much. Just like the last experiment, he reached out and grabbed the fallen leaf. He took out a quill and wrote the word speed on it. After writing it, the speed rule power was just about to be used up. He put the fallen leaf back. The speed rule power was completely used up. The world instantly recovered and the fallen leaf moved. David sensed his body and surprisingly found that his arm wasn't injured at all. At this moment, he finally knew the use of the white feather wings. When he activated the speed rule power, the white feather wings produced a very thin layer of energy that wrapped around his body. It was that thin layer of energy that prevented his body from being injured by the speed rule power. David's understanding of the speed rule was still too little. He didn't even have a trace of understanding on how the energy wings could produce such an effect, so he couldn't find the principle behind it at all. He didn't want to find the principle either. He just needed to understand that when the battle angel spread its wings in battle, it wasn't useless. Instead, it was a display of its full strength. David found the true use of the battle angel's energy wings. It also allowed him to use the speed rule in battle. Next, David continued to experiment with the speed rule. He increased the power of the speed rule, bit by bit, to find the maximum value of the energy wing's protection. He didn't know if it was because David didn't have full control of the energy wings or some other reason, but when his power reached the standard of a 5th level High Temple Knight, he reached the limit of the energy wings. If he forced himself to use more power, his body would be injured. The most unfortunate thing was that David's most powerful attack, the legendary level innate ability, Fatal Blade, could not be used in the speed rule. This was because the power that the Fatal Blade mobilized in that instant exceeded the legendary level. Under the speed rule, he would suffer a severe backlash and even die. After many experiments, he also found that when the speed rule power was activated, only his body could use it directly. His spirit and the Black Dragon's power outside his body couldn't be used. David wasn't dissatisfied with that flaw. It was an application of the rule, and it was already very fortunate that he could use his body. Naden was an ordinary planet. There was nothing special about it in the great world of God. Agriculture played a very important role on the planet. In the main city of Naden, the novice knight Crooks woke up in the morning to find that there were no servants coming, which left him very angry. Some time ago, the Supreme Council and the shrines had enlisted knights to fight. The 12 knights of Naden were all enlisted, while the novice knights who weren't enlisted were all taken away by their respective mentors to see the world. Therefore, Crooks was the only novice knight left in the main city of Naden. Of course, that was if a novice knight counted as a knight. Crooks's job as a novice knight was to guard the main city's castle and maintain the safety of the main city. It was a simple task because there were very few nobles in the main city of Naden, and the population was only in the tens of thousands. The farmers who made up the majority of the planet lived in manors all over the planet, and the population in the city was relatively small. There were very few cases of law and order in the main city of Naden. It was a completely agricultural planet without the chaos of a commercial planet. Crooks's novice knight stepped out of his room. He was about to yell at his servant, but he saw a corpse the moment he stepped out of his room. It was the servant who was in charge of serving him. The servant's body was strangely contorted, forming a bizarre pattern. Crooks's novice knight wasn't afraid of corpses, but he broke out in cold sweat when he saw the strange pattern formed by the corpse. Although the shrines had been keeping information about the evil god under wraps, the evil god cult that had been active since ancient times wasn't that easy to keep under wraps. Crooks's novice knight immediately recognized the bizarre pattern formed by the corpse. It was the symbol of the Grim Reaper. "Guards!" Crooks's novice knight cried out. He returned to his room even as he yelled. He wasn't an official knight who had a spatial item and could quickly change his equipment. Dozens of seconds later, Crooks's novice knight rushed out in his knight's armor and heavy sword. As a novice knight, Crooks had to wake up early every day to train his knight's basic skills, which was why he woke up earlier than the others. It was still dark outside and the knights had all left, which was why most people didn't wake up. Only a few servants who were on a mission woke up. Crooks's novice knight's cries startled the others who were sleeping, with cries of shock echoing from every corner of the castle. "Murder! Someone's dead! Someone's dead here!" Crooks's novice knight was even more flustered when he heard the cries from time to time. Still, he breathed a long sigh of relief when he heard that so many people were still alive. Whatever the case may be, there wasn't a massacre here, and only some people were killed. What Crooks's novice knight didn't know was that over 2,000 people had died in Naden as if it was randomly selected. Some of them were early risers, while others were sleeping. Every dead person was marked with the mark of the Grim Reaper, which added a hint of conspiracy to the incident. It wasn't just Naden. Many knights in the great world of God were mobilized to the battlefield, and the number of knights who maintained the stability of the great world of God was greatly reduced. As long as there weren't enough knights to maintain order on a planet or a city, there would be massacres. In just one day, stories about the Grim Reaper had spread across every city in the great world of God. Some people were even spreading the rumor that death would not befall them if they secretly prayed to the Grim Reaper. Of course, the nobles and knight would suppress the rumor as soon as it got out. Anyone who spread the rumor would be executed for blasphemy. However, the planet with the most casualties was also the planet with the least number of knights. Without the suppression of powerful forces, the rumor began to spread like a flood. The bizarre deaths occurred a second time, and this time, some people realized that they wouldn't die if they secretly prayed once. That made more people believe in the power of prayer. Although the deaths of the third and fourth times were small in scale, it was precisely because of that the commoners believed that praying to the Grim Reaper worked. As long as they prayed in secret and didn't show it publicly, the commoners would believe that they didn't lose anything and could keep themselves safe. But what the commoners didn't know was that, after they prayed to the Grim Reaper, they would be sliding down the abyss. Perhaps in the beginning, the effect of praying to the god of death was extremely small, so small that no one could discover it. But after praying many times, there would be a resonance of faith. Usually, these believers who had a resonance of faith wouldn't be able to see anything, but once they encountered a divine spell of light, these believers would be judged as evil. The shrines began to investigate the matter on the fifth day. Because the person who did this was very powerful and was very familiar with the shrine's investigation methods, they never attacked nobles or knights. Therefore, the shrine's investigation priests didn't find any clues. This didn't mean that the shrines weren't capable, but that a lot of manpower and material resources had been invested in the war. At this time, the great world of God had never been so empty. Also, because nobles and knights weren't involved, the aristocratic affairs office didn't move, and the shrines only sent low-level priests to investigate. This also reflected the biggest problem of the great world of God, which was the lack of attention to commoners. If it wasn't for the Grim Reaper, the deaths of commoners would probably only be handled by the law enforcers of each planet and wouldn't alert the shrines at all. With the increase of investigation efforts and the intervention of mid-level and high-level priests, some clues surfaced. Many organizations of evil believers, including the most powerful organization, Doomsday Dusk, were involved in this incident. The shrines also found that the nobles were involved, which made it easier for these evil believers to move. When the initial investigation was concluded, a full 30 days had passed since the incident. In these 30 days, the Grim Reaper's belief had been widely spread. In a short period of time, the Grim Reaper not only took back all the lost believers, but also increased the number of believers by many times. The deaths continued, and those who died were those who stubbornly refused to believe in the Grim Reaper. These faithful believers who were supposed to be protected by the shrines and knight, but because of the war, they lost the protection they deserved. Chapter 990. Of course, everyone knew that the Grim Reaper's faith wouldn't last long. Once the shrines were free, the faith gained through these tricks would be extinguished by the shrines. Believers gained through threats weren't devout, so it was easy to change their faith. In the Grim Reaper's small world, the Grim Reaper was inspecting a skeleton. The skeleton's bones were dark gold, and the pressure from its body alone was enough to make a level 5 master unable to use his strength. In the skeleton's eyes, one could see the pure white soul fire burning in the skull. Anyone who studied souls would find that the skeleton's biggest uniqueness wasn't the dark gold bones, but the white soul fire. The white soul fire meant that the skeleton had a firm belief in a god recognized by the main world. In addition to the dark gold bones, one could determine that this was a devout believer who had reached the level of a demigod. It was just unknown which of the 5 gods he believed in. Firm belief and tenacious will are a joke in front of absolute power. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, the god of war's favorite, became my puppet in the end. The Grim Reaper looked at the dark gold skeleton with a hint of mockery. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, a great knight recorded in the God of War's book, was the strongest knight 10,000 years ago. He destroyed countless evil god believers in the world and died in the evil god's trap. But no one would have thought that the bones and soul of the Knights of the Holy Spirit would fall into the hands of the Grim Reaper. Normally, once a devout believer died, his soul would be taken over by the God he believed in and live eternally with his faith in the small world. The dark gold skeleton, the Knights of the Holy Spirit, didn't react to the Grim Reaper's words. His soul and firm belief were still there, but the Grim Reaper who controlled death and his research on souls made the Knights of the Holy Spirit mistakenly believe that he believed in the Grim Reaper. The holiness in the hearts of the Knights of the Holy Spirit didn't change, so his faith didn't change either. He still believed in the God of War. Although he obeyed the orders of the God of Death, that was just a wrong judgment caused by a blinded soul. As long as one's heart did not change, faith would not change. Over the countless years, the Grim Reaper had set up various ways to change the faith of the Knights of the Holy Spirit before his slumber. But just like how he wanted to subdue the Black Dragon Alexis, no matter how hard the Grim Reaper tried, the Knights of the Holy Spirit were still the loyal knights with the holy faith. If everything went well, the Grim Reaper might have entangled with the Knights of the Holy Spirit for tens of thousands of years to make the Knights of the Holy Spirit his Holy Spirit. But the Grim Reaper's unexpected awakening, coupled with the fact that the shrines of the great world of God wanted to destroy the faith of the Grim Reaper, and everything that Lord Arthur did to the Grim Reaper made the Grim Reaper give up on the game with the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Grim Reaper used some means to make the Dusk of Doomsday mobilize various evil gods' believer organizations. Taking advantage of the emptiness within the great world of God, the Grim Reaper created a large number of deaths to spread the faith of the Grim Reaper. The power of faith that was collected, except for a small part that was rewarded to the level 5 bishops of the Dusk of Doomsday through sacrificial means, the rest of the power of faith was for the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Grim Reaper, who controlled the power of death, controlled the power of faith in his hands to surround the Knights of the Holy Spirit. On the dark golden bones, first, granulation appeared, followed by complete muscle tissue and nerve tissue. The various internal organs of the body also appeared, and finally, skin appeared to cover everything. Death and life were two opposite sides, but the Grim Reaper, who had mastered the rules of death, could use the power of death to give birth to a trace of life, and use this trace of life to reshape the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Of course, the premise was that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had their own bones and soul, and in the small world of the Grim Reaper, they would accept the Grim Reaper's absolute orders. In the small world, the Grim Reaper had extremely strong control over everything. As long as there was enough divine power, he could create anything. If this creation was not supported at all, and was completely created by the power of faith, then it could only exist in the small world. When it left the small world, it would automatically return to the original energy. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had the strength of a demigod. If it was not for the trap of the gods, he would not have fallen. In fact, to reshape the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, as long as the body was reshaped, the demigod's bones and soul would still be as strong as they were 10,000 years ago. A demigod's soul could not be created by the gods. In other words, all souls could not be created by the gods. The gods could modify the souls they obtained, but they did not have the ability to create souls. Not to mention the soul of the most powerful demigod in the main world, even the bones could not be created, because the bones contained the blood of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The flesh and blood wrapped around the dark golden bones of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. From the dark golden bones, the energy that flowed out changed the blood, and the blood contained the blood of the golden dragon. If David was here, he would find that the golden dragon blood of the Knights of the Holy Spirit had reached the limit of the dragon blood that a human could have. This bloodline talent was almost the same as the bloodline talent of the 13 Black Dragon Knights he created. The only difference was that the Knights of the Holy Spirit were born with the ultimate dragon blood, while the 13 Black Dragon Knights were modified. When the Knights of the Holy Spirit were reshaping his body, the Grim Reaper continued to provide the energy converted from the power of faith of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This kind of demigod body modification consumed a lot of energy. Without the help of the Grim Reaper, the Knights of the Holy Spirit had almost no possibility of recovery with his own ability. The Knights of the Holy Spirit absorbed the power of faith that the Grim Reaper prepared for him, which included the Grim Reaper's own divine power and the energy of the small world. In order to reshape the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the Grim Reaper put in a lot of effort this time. The Knights of the Holy Spirit only finished the restoration work when the Grim Reaper was a little distressed. His muscles were well proportioned, his skin was as white as jade, and the trace of holiness emitted from his soul gave him a special charm. Go, sweep away the evil, especially the extreme evil of Lord Arthur, the Grim Reaper said in a deep voice. The Grim Reaper waved his hand, and he used a sacrificial passage to release the Knights of the Holy Spirit back to the main world. The Knights of the Holy Spirit appeared in a dilapidated shrines, and a level 3 evil god follower was offering a pile of corpses to the Grim Reaper through the sacrificial circle. The Grim Reaper's reputation these days was so big that it overshadowed all the other evil gods, especially when the great world of God was lacking in defense. The evil god followers had the opportunity to kill more and obtain more corpses to sacrifice. After the level 3 evil god follower made the sacrifice, he saw an extremely terrifying pressure coming from the sacrificial circle, and then the circle exploded. This was the result of the sacrificial circle being unable to withstand the terrifying aura and disintegrating. When the level 3 evil god follower was dodging the fragments, he vaguely saw a figure appear in the flying dust, but when he focused and looked again, he found nothing. Everything was like an illusion, or at least that was what the level 3 evil god follower thought. In the planet-level portal of Bama Main City, a figure appeared in a flash of light. It was a knight wearing an extremely ordinary knight's armor. In the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, everyone here was filled with an evil aura. This place is full of evil. After countless years of soul modification, the soul of the Knights of the Holy Spirit had a lot of deviations. The Grim Reaper, who played with souls, modified his soul a lot, and everything he saw became what the Grim Reaper wanted the Knights of the Holy Spirit to see. In the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the evil god followers were holy and flawless, but when he saw the followers of the 5 gods, they became evil. Although he had unparalleled combat power, he had long lost his ability to make decisions and became the Grim Reaper's puppet. The Grim Reaper didn't dare to appear in the main world, so he used the Knights of the Holy Spirit to influence the main world. The Grim Reaper believed that with him controlling the Knights of the Holy Spirit, as long as they didn't get close to the shrines or other holy places, the Knights of the Holy Spirit were invincible. The 2 enforcers saw the strangeness of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and went up to interrogate. "Knight, please show your identity." The holiness of the Knights of the Holy Spirit didn't match the ordinary knight armor he was wearing. For the Knights of the Holy Spirit, armor was of little use to him, and there was no armor in the world that could surpass his body's defense. The Grim Reaper didn't keep any knight armor either. This set of knight armor was found among the offerings, so it was given to the Knights of the Holy Spirit to wear. "What a strong evil aura!" the Knights of the Holy Spirit muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with undisguised killing intent. "Enemy attack!" the 2 enforcers shouted. The killing intent made their hair stand on end. But before the 2 enforcers could do anything, they were enveloped by a special energy. "All evil shall die by the holy fire," the Knights of the Holy Spirit said calmly. His voice echoed throughout the Bama Main City. Except for those who didn't have faith or didn't have strong faith, the followers of the 5 gods in the Bama Main City were enveloped in white flames. They didn't even have time to scream before more than half of the Bama main city's population turned into ashes. Fear, extreme fear, this was the only feeling the people who were still alive felt. It was almost the same as the power of divine punishment, making the people who were still alive feel like their faith had collapsed. The Holy Spirit realm, the domain ability of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, was based on the rule of Holy Word, and the Holy Spirit realm created had the ability to attack like sound wave. But it was different from real sound wave. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's Holy Spirit realm had an obvious style of war shrines. The pure white holy fire was a method that war shrines often used to destroy blasphemers. Of course, the holy fire wasn't the entirety of the Holy Spirit realm. This holy fire was just one of the weaker manifestations of the Holy Spirit realm. In the Holy Spirit realm, the scariest thing wasn't the visible energy attack, but the spiritual impact after being affected by the rule of Holy Word. In the past, the Knights of the Holy Spirit used the Holy Spirit realm to fight against many followers of evil God. He used the rule of Holy Word to make many followers of evil gods kill each other. The Knights of the Holy Spirit only stayed in the Bama main city for 5 minutes before leaving through the planetary level portal. Those who were worried about their own deaths only recovered after realizing that they hadn't been hurt for a long time. They screamed in fear, as if this was the only way to express their emotions. A priest ran in from the golden tent on Tula and reported loudly, "Lord Bishop, many planets have been attacked. The castles of 5 noble families have been breached. There are many casualties." The 5 bishops of the 5 shrines were all present in the golden tent. They were also the chief commanders of the defense of Tula. Because the shrines had gathered too much manpower here, whenever something big happened in the great world of God, it would be reported to them. Only here could they mobilize enough manpower to deal with emergencies. What's wrong with the intelligence department? Why did they have to wait for such a big thing to be reported together? Bishop McKinley asked the priest who came to report in dissatisfaction. It was no wonder that he was angry. Many planets had been attacked, and the castles of 5 noble families had been breached. Any one of these things had to be reported to him. There was no need to wait for everything to be reported together. Especially when the casualties had just subsided, it should be reported in a timely manner. Bishop McKinley, it's not that we didn't report it in a timely manner, but these things happened in a very short period of time. It was only a few hours. The priest explained helplessly. The 5 bishops couldn't help but look at each other. Although Night was being recruited in large numbers, that was only for ordinary planet. Noble families had enough strength to protect themselves. How could 5 noble castles have been breached in a row? Since when were the castles of noble families so easily breached? Could they have offended Lord Arthur? Bishop Dominic of the Wealth Shrines muttered to himself. Immediately, Bishop Boland, Bishop McKinley, and Bishop Evans all glared at Bishop Dominic fiercely. "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Bishop Dominic knew that he had been too casual. Lord Arthur's status was too powerful. If he said something like that without any evidence, even he, a bishop, would be in trouble. Lord Arthur promised not to act recklessly. Besides, which noble family would dare to offend him? Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Dominic's words, Bishop McKinley was still worried as he spoke softly. Bishop McKinley knew how powerful Lord Arthur was. If it was Lord Arthur who had made a move, this kind of result really wouldn't be much. At the same time, with Lord Arthur's past, it wouldn't be surprising if Lord Arthur had made a move. However, Lord Arthur had no reason to do so, and Bishop McKinley also believed that Lord Arthur wouldn't do so. Chapter 991. Your Excellencies, there are witnesses who are still alive. The murderer they saw was not Lord Arthur. The priest who came to report heard the conversation between the 5 bishops. He wanted to ignore it, but he had to make himself clear. "Bring me the information." Bishop McKinley said in a low voice. The priest stepped forward and handed over a stack of information. He had made 5 copies of the information before coming. The 5 bishops here were all important people, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. The 5 bishops took the information and read it carefully. Bama City. In just a few minutes, or maybe even a few seconds, more than half of the city's residents were burned to ashes by white flames. Bishop Bolin read the report in disbelief. Bama City was a large city with a population of over 1 million. Hundreds of aristocrats had residences in Bama City. Due to the large number of aristocrats in Bama City, as well as the strength of the law enforcement team and the Aristocratic Affairs Office, it was one of the best cities in terms of public security. The previous incidents of faith in the god of death had not affected Bama City in the slightest. However, in such a large city, more than half of its population had been killed in a strange way in a short period of time. White flames. Bishop McKinley repeatedly read the information in his hands. He was very concerned about the white flames described by the survivors. The white flames reminded him of the divine spell, Holy Flame. This was a fire divine spell unique to the Shrines of War. Its temperature was many times higher than normal flames. Moreover, among the various fire abilities in the great world of God, only the Holy Flame of the Shrines of War was so colorful. This Holy Flame, which was known as Holy Flame, had become a means of massacring large numbers of humans. Bishop Evans saw how unscrupulous the Knights of the Holy Spirit was, and said in a low voice, "How arrogant!" In the records, the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not hide their movements. Even when using the planet-level portal, they killed all the personnel in charge of the portal and operated it himself. In the great world of God's teleportation system, the Knights of the Holy Spirit's entire movement could be seen. In just a few hours, the Knights of the Holy Spirit had slaughtered the castles of the 5 great noble families, as well as the main cities of many planets. We must stop him. Send 2 Knight of the Shrines. Bishop Bolivar of the Shrines of Knowledge saw more. He thought that the murderer was still on the move and suggested, "I'm afraid 2 Shrines Knights won't be enough. This guy's strength is terrifying, and his methods are strange. I'll send 2 Shrines of Knights, and you'll each send 1 knight to deal a fatal blow to him." McKinley shook his head and rejected Bolivar's suggestion. Bishop McKinley was very worried. The strength of the Knights of the Holy Spirit seemed to be related to the Shrines of War in some way. This was something he did not want to happen, so he would rather the Shrines of War send out more forces to complete the encirclement of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. 6 level 5 knights were just the number of knight needed for a complete knight battle formation. This would allow the 6 level 5 knights to unleash their full strength. McKinley's suggestion was approved by the other 4 bishops. The battle with the insectoids had not truly begun, so sending 6 level 5 knights was not a big deal. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had already destroyed the main cities of 6 planets. Most of the humans in the 6 main cities had died, and only a small number of humans were still alive. Although the Saint Spirit Knight was being manipulated, he knew that he would never do anything to normal civilians. In his eyes, normal people who didn't have any faith were completely different from the humans who believed in the 5 gods. Humans who believed in the 5 gods were extremely evil. Evil needed to be cleansed. This was the meaning of the Knights of the Holy Spirit's existence. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had a map in his mind. This was the route given to him by death. In fact, this map was a little outdated. It was a map from a few years ago, and Dunor, which now belonged to David, was marked as the owner of Dunor. In Death's map, Dunor was marked as the owner of the friendly Lytton family. Not to mention Gammy, which had just been modified not long ago, was not shown on Death's map. Of course, the Knights of the Holy Spirit was not without help. After completing the clearing mission on the map given by Death, his main task was to kill Lord Arthur. Although Death hated Lord Arthur very much, Lord Arthur was definitely not his number 1 priority. Even if Lord Arthur killed Death's incarnation, even if Lord Arthur stole Death's artifact, even if Lord Arthur rescued Black Dragon Alexis, Death's number one enemy was the five gods. Only by taking advantage of the insectoid invasion, and completely messing up the great world of God, could Death get a chance to gain eternal faith. When the great world of God was shrouded in the threat of death, then Death's faith would once again spread throughout the world. As long as he had the support of believers, Lord Arthur was just a small problem. Only after the Knights of the Holy Spirit completed the mission of completely messing up the great world of God, would he be able to kill Lord Arthur with the help of the Dusk of Doomsday organization. The map given by Death to the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not include the main planets of the top nobles. This was not because Death was merciful, but because the main planets of the top nobles were not easily accessible. Without the permission of the planet's owner, no one could enter the main planets of the top nobles. The Knights of the Holy Spirit coldly looked at the dust flying all over the city. He maintained his holiness. He was the God's messenger who judged evil on behalf of the gods. There was no mercy in the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. It was just like how he treated the believers of the evil gods 10,000 years ago. He had not changed in the past 10,000 years. Feeling that the evil presence of the entire city had been eliminated, the spirit of the Knights of the Holy Spirit enveloped the planet-level portal. He chose the next destination, Planet Dyla. 10 seconds after the Knights of the Holy Spirit chose Planet Dyla as the teleportation destination, the 6th Level 5 Shrines Knight also chose Planet Dyla as the teleportation destination. Before the teleportation, the 6th Level 5 Shrines Knight arranged themselves into a Knight battle formation. They gathered their Level 5 Bloodline power into the Knight battle formation to form a Bloodline power shield. They did not underestimate the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Although the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not have any Temple Knights in their records, they had many Level 4 Sky Knight. These Level 4 Sky Knights were like ordinary people. They could not withstand the holy flame and turned into ashes. Equipped with a knight's armor of the 5th rank and wielding a light longsword of the 5th rank, this was already the best equipment for a Temple Knight of the 5th rank. As soon as the 6th Level 5 Shrines Knight appeared from the planet-level portal, they saw pillars of white flame erected near the portal. "We're late," a War Shrines Knight said with some annoyance. He did not realize that he was also in danger. He only felt guilty for not being able to save the people of Dyla. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was only 30 meters away from the 6th Level 5 Temple Knight. This was understandable. After the Knights of the Holy Spirit teleported over, he did not move much. He did not need to move. Just by activating his Holy Spirit realm, he could cover the entire Dyla. In the Holy Spirit realm, all lives were within his control. The Saint Spirit Knight would only be cruel and merciless towards his enemies. As soon as the Saint Spirit realm was opened, white holy flames lit up all over the main city of Dyra. Everything that he thought was evil was burned by the holy flames. What an evil presence! The Knights of the Holy Spirit muttered as he noticed the 6th Level 5 Knight. He looked at the 6 Knights of the Holy Spirit fiercely. Since the 6th Level 5 Temple Knights were all Shrines Knights, in the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, they were naturally even more evil. However, due to the 2-second space protection of the planet-level portal, the Knights of the Holy Spirit could not attack them immediately. It was more likely that the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not want to use more powerful means to kill the 6th Level 5 Knights in advance. In the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the 6th Level 5 Knights were no different from ordinary knight. This was normal. To the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, anyone below demigod level was just an ant. The 6th Level 5 Knights would not let go of such a good opportunity. They thought that the 2-second time was the best time to defend, but the key was that the Knights of the Holy Spirit was just 30 meters away from them. The ordinary armor on the Knights of the Holy Spirit that could be thrown away made the 6 level 5 knights think that they could kill the Knights of the Holy Spirit with a single charge. They did the same. Under the charge of the knights, the 6 level 5 knights formed a cone-shaped battle formation and rushed towards the Knights of the Holy Spirit. In front of the knights' battle formation, the level 5 bloodline power gathered together and formed a sharp cone-shaped head. From the moment the 6 level 5 knights came out of the planet-level portal and saw the tragic state of the main city of Dyra, to the time they launched their attack and charged, the whole process took less than 2 seconds. When the 6 level 5 knights charged in front of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the 2-second spatial defense had just passed. A level 5 light longsword slashed towards the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The level 5 bloodline power that was driven by the sword reached the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit faster than the cone-shaped head of the Knights' battle formation. A hand reached out and grabbed the level 5 bloodline power sword. The sword that was powerful enough to cut through level 5 defenses was controlled by the hand, as if it was a physical object. The level 5 knight at the front of the Knight's battle formation, who launched the attack, felt that the level 5 light longsword in his hand was also controlled by the hand of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. It should be noted that the level 5 light longsword in his hand did not come into contact with the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body. What attacked the Knights of the Holy Spirit was only the sword light from the level 5 light longsword. However, when the Knights of the Holy Spirit caught the sword light, he also controlled the source of the sword light, the level 5 Knight's level 5 light longsword. The Knights of the Holy Spirit ignored the Knight's battle formation. With a shake of his hand, the level 5 Knight at the front felt his hand go numb, and the level 5 light longsword slipped out of his hand. "Run!" This level 5 Knight gave a loud shout without hesitation. He knew better than anyone how powerful the enemy he was facing was. That shake just now had not only affected the level 5 Knight's level 5 light longsword, but also his body. The bones of his right hand holding the sword had already been broken. Even more frightening was that the Knight's battle formation had immediately collapsed under the shake of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knight's battle formation had been broken apart so easily. The level 5 Knight himself did not escape. With a loud shout, his body rapidly expanded, and all the level 5 bloodline power in his spiritual sea space was instantly brought out by him using a secret method. The consequence of this was that even if he survived, he would lose his status as a Temple Knight. An ordinary level 5 Knight would definitely not have been able to be so decisive, but this level 5 Temple Knight was a Temple Knight trained by the Shrines of War. In the face of a threat to his life, he instinctively chose to take the enemy down with him. The reason why a level 5 Knight of the Shrines was so frightening was because of this ability to go all out. No matter how powerful an ordinary level 5 Knight was, they would not be able to bring out all the level 5 bloodline power in their spiritual sea space. This was a secret method of the Shrines, and even the highest nobles did not have such a method. This was also a secret method of going all out. After using this secret method, the Temple Knight would have no way to turn back. Either he would die or he would lose the ability to fight and drag out an ignoble existence. The Temple Knight wanted to sacrifice himself so that the other 5 level 5 Knights could survive. The level 5 Knight's body rapidly swelled, and a terrifying energy gathered in his body. Knights of the Holy Spirit casually waved his hand, and the level 5 light sword that had been snatched from him struck the level 5 Knight with its hilt. The unrivaled force made the level 5 Knight's swollen body look like a deflated balloon. The energy released from his spiritual sea space was completely leaked by the sword hilt. The attack launched by Knights of the Holy Spirit was naturally not so simple. The level 5 Knight's body was completely shattered from the inside by this attack. Seeing the miserable state of the first level 5 Knight, the second level 5 Knight of the Knight's formation did not hesitate and also released the level 5 bloodline power in his spiritual sea space. Even if this level of attack had no effect, it was still the most powerful attack of a level 5 knight. As if they had a tacit understanding, the 3rd, 4th and 5th level 5 knight also released the level 5 bloodline power in their spiritual C-space at the same time. After the attacks of the 6 level 5 knights were easily broken, these level 5 knights knew how powerful the enemy they were facing was. Chapter 992. As 5th level knights nurtured by shrines, they knew better than any other 5th level knight just how powerful the Knights of the Holy Spirit were. Being able to easily break through the Knight's formation was even more powerful than a legend. This made the 5th level knight think of the word demigod at the same time. This was also why the 5th level knight didn't choose to escape, but chose the extreme method of self-destruction. In front of a demigod, there was no way to escape. The suicidal attack of the 5 5th level knights was only for the last 5th level knight. This 5th level knight connected his spirit to his own communication array and sent out a message. So you still have some tricks up your sleeves. The Knights of the Holy Spirit said. The Knights of the Holy Spirit weren't familiar with many things at the present time, which was why the last 5th level knight was able to send out a message. Otherwise, with the strength of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and his domain of the Holy Spirit, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Even if the 5 5th level knights self-destructed, they still wouldn't be able to send out the message. Holy word, evil backlash, the Knights of the Holy Spirit said indifferently. The 4 5th level knights who were about to self-destruct suddenly stopped their charging bodies. They all turned to look at the last 5th level knight. The last 5th level knight saw a strange holiness on the faces of the 4 5th level knight. The 4 knights who had known each other for many years had unexpectedly turned against each other at this time. Why? The last 5th level knight didn't understand, until his death, why the 4 5th level knights would turn around and take him down with them. The final expressions of the 4 5th level knights were as if they were completing some kind of task given to them by the god. Holy and solemn, great and noble. Even before the explosion, the 4 5th level knights had a look of relief on their faces. It was the satisfaction of being able to return to the small world of the God of Faith. In the explosion, the bodies of the 4 5th level knights exploded along with the bodies of the 5 5th level knights they were hugging. The 5 powerful 5th level knights were turned into fragments. This was the true terror of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He didn't even need to use the battle strength of a demigod. He only needed to use the holy word of the domain of the Holy Spirit to easily kill an enemy as powerful as a 5th level knight. Moreover, this kind of killing could be said to be a heart-wrenching one, controlling the soul of a temple knight of the 5th rank, turning him into a tool for the Saint Knight. In the small world, Death used the soul connection with the Knights of the Holy Spirit to perceive what had just happened. Death shook his head slightly. He knew that the shrines would definitely know of the power of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and would send out oracles later. He definitely didn't want the Knights of the Holy Spirit to come into contact with oracles at this time. The one he didn't want to come into contact with the oracles the most was the oracles of the God of War. This didn't mean that the oracles could really threaten the Knights of the Holy Spirit with God's descent. God's descent needed to take the oracle's physical condition into consideration. The oracle's bodies had the greatest endurance, so there was a limit to the divine power they could use during God's descent. This limit would greatly reduce the battle strength of the god. If they wanted to kill a demigod like the Knights of the Holy Spirit, they would be somewhat powerless. But this didn't include the oracles of the God of War. This was because the Knights of the Holy Spirit had a devout belief in the God of War. When the Knights of the Holy Spirit and the God of War met face to face, it was very likely that the Knights of the Holy Spirit would be able to escape from Death's control. Death's research on the soul allowed him to have absolute control over the souls of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This control was using the devout belief of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. But because of the devout belief of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, when the Knights of the Holy Spirit came into contact with the God of War, the God of War would discover the state of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. It was very likely that he would use the connection of belief to awaken the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This was something that Death definitely didn't want to see. Once the Knights of the Holy Spirit woke up, it would mean that Death's operation had failed. This might be Death's last struggle. If it failed, Death might not have another chance. In order to take advantage of the Zerg invasion, Death had used all of his trump cards. This time, the Knights of the Holy Spirit didn't have any planet-level portal. His body suddenly rose into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. 2 Knights of the Holy Temple have fallen, Bishop McKinley said with an ugly expression. Bishop McKinley had just sensed that 2 cards of life in his space ring had shattered. Cards of life were used a lot in the great world of God, but few among the powerful Knights of the Holy Temple would use them. This was because the cards of life required the owner to leave their blood and spirit in the card. This act of leaving blood and spirit in the hands of others was very dangerous. However, the level 5 Holy Temple Knight cultivated by shrines were an exception. They could give up everything for shrines, not to mention leaving their blood and spirit in the card of life. The shattering of the cards of life meant the death of its owner. When the owner died, the life pattern would determine the status of the owner. After the owner died, the blood and spirit would also dissipate. The cards of life would immediately shatter without blood and spirit. 2 level 5 Holy Knights were also very important to the Shrines of War. It was very difficult to cultivate a level 5 Knight. The 2 level 5 Holy Knights were sent out by Bishop McKinley. Now that something had happened, he would definitely have to take responsibility. The Knight I sent out has also fallen, Bishop Boland said in a deep voice. The Knight I sent out has also fallen, the other 3 bishops said at the same time. The 5 bishops looked at each other. The 6 level 5 Knights formed a Knight formation, and the cards of life had only been broken in less than 10 seconds. To kill 6 level 5 Holy Knights in 10 seconds, and 6 level 5 Knights in a formation at that, just how powerful was the culprit? I received a message from the Knight before he died. Bishop Boland sensed the extra message from the communications circle and hurriedly said after scanning it with his will. Although it was a message sent by a level 5 Holy Knight of the Shrines of Knowledge, Bishop Boland knew that it wasn't easy for someone who could kill 6 level 5 Knights in a few seconds to send back such a message. It should have been under the protection of the other Temple Knights of the 5th rank, which made this possible. As for why the level 5 Shrines of Knights trusted each other and were willing to give their lives for each other, it was because the 5 shrines had a close relationship. Knights often trained together, and that was how they cultivated their friendship. During their training, they were trained to react to powerful enemies, using the efforts of other knights to send out messages for the most advantageous knight. That was why Bishop Boland didn't check the message immediately, and instead sent it to the other 4 bishops. The content of the message was a picture and a sentence. The picture was a portrait of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, and the sentence was, "Super powerful, suspected to be a demigod." Demigod? How can a demigod appear? Bishop Domini of the Shrines of Wealth shook his head. There hadn't been a demigod in the past 10,000 years. How could a demigod appear now? Could he be a legendary? Did they misjudge his strength? Bishop Boland also shook his head. No, he's a demigod, and the most powerful demigod in the world. Bishop McKinley's expression changed rapidly, from surprise to disbelief, and then to helplessness and fear. After that, he heard the discussion of the other bishops, so he continued. Bishop McKinley recognized the portrait of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, which was drawn by the last Knight of the Shrines of Knowledge. The level 5 Knight of the Shrines of Knowledge had great talent in drawing, which was normal among the Shrines of Knowledge. Many knights had non-combat abilities that they were good at, which was also a way for the Shrines of Knowledge to spread knowledge. At the last moment, the Knight of the Shrines of Knowledge used his spirit to copy the appearance of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, and only had time to leave a short message. It was also because of the Knight of the Shrines of Knowledge's talent in drawing that not only did he draw the appearance of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, but he also drew the holy aura of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Bishop McKinley didn't worship many people, but the Knights of the Holy Spirit was one of them, and he was his idol since he was young. Although he didn't walk the path of a knight, it didn't affect his worship of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Bishop McKinley was familiar with the legend of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, and he was quite familiar with his appearance. In the Shrines of War, there was a portrait of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. It was drawn by the master painter himself, who drew the aura of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. When Bishop McKinley first saw the portrait in the intelligence report, his first thought was that it was too similar to the portrait of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. In addition, the intelligence report stated that the Saint Spirit Knight had the strength of a demigod, and the Saint Spirit Knight was a demigod. "Bishop McKinley, you recognize him?" Bishop Evans asked with a raised eyebrow. "It's him. There must be a mistake." Bishop Bolivar's knowledge was very complicated, and he recognized that the owner of the portrait was most likely the one in the legends. "Tell us, who is this person?" Bishop Bolivar asked in a deep voice. "If the intelligence report is correct, then this is the Knights of the Holy Spirit before the great world of God was established." "His specific name has long been lost," Bishop Bolivar replied. Before the title of the Knight of the Knights of the Holy Spirit was mentioned, many people didn't remember it. However, after being reminded of this demigod existence in human history, how could the bishops forget it? It was no wonder that even with 6 temple knights of the 5th rank joining hands, the Saint Knight was able to instantly kill them. The difference between level 5 and a demigod wasn't simple. A casual attack from the Knights of the Holy Spirit could threaten a level 5 knight. It must be the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper actually blasphemed against the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Bishop McKinley roared. The biggest thing that had happened recently was the awakening of the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had created a portal, and at this moment, the Knights of the Holy Spirit had appeared again and swept through many planets with an invincible force. Considering the terrifying existence that could control the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, the Grim Reaper was the most suspicious existence in the great world of God. However, even with this suspicion, it was useless. The Grim Reaper was more difficult to deal with than the Knights of the Holy Spirit. How can a demigod be defeated? Bishop Dominic listened to Bishop Bolivar and Bishop McKinley's confirmation and believed their judgment. The most important thing was that, at this point, eliminating the threat of the Knights of the Holy Spirit was the most important thing. Bishop Bolivar shook his head and said, "Even if we send more level 5 knights, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Instead, we'll just increase the casualties." According to the latest intelligence, the Knights of the Holy Spirit didn't use the planet-level portal to leave planet Dyla. Bishop Bolivar said after checking the communications circle and providing a lot of information to the intelligence department. It was all more detailed, and he discovered an important point. The fact that he didn't use the planet-level portal meant that the Knights of the Holy Spirit was still on planet Dyla. "Summon the Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit," Bishop McKinley said in a deep voice. The other bishops immediately understood Bishop McKinley's intention. In the great world of God, the status of a Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit was the highest. Even the shrine's archbishops had to pay attention to their attitude towards the Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit. The strength of the Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit was limited, but she had gone through 2 divine investitures, which allowed her to request the God of War's divine investiture from anywhere. Bishop McKinley meant for the Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit to deal with the terrifying Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit was originally on planet Tula, so she naturally came here quickly. "I'll go find the Knights of the Holy Spirit," The Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit said without hesitation after learning about the situation. She wasn't confident in herself, but in her divine investiture. Recently, the Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit was not far from the peak of the 5th-level Knight of the Holy Spirit. If she could receive another divine investiture at this time, the benefits of the divine investiture would allow her strength to improve further. You must be careful. When you find the Knights of the Holy Spirit, immediately activate the divine investiture. Bishop McKinley cautioned carefully. I believe that my Lord will save the Knights of the Holy Spirit and let him return to my Lord's embrace, so that the God of Death's conspiracy will fail. The Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit said with a smile. The Knight of the Annabelle of the Holy Spirit spoke casually, but when she came to the planet-level portal and prepared to teleport to planet Dyla, she had already completed the prerequisites for the divine investiture. She was ready to activate the divine investiture at any time. She walked into the planet-level portal and appeared on planet Dyla. Her eyes constantly searched everywhere. She only had 2 seconds of space protection to find the Knights of the Holy Spirit and activate the divine investiture. Unfortunately, she didn't find the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Chapter 993. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had disappeared. Without using a planet-level portal, the shrines could not grasp his whereabouts. Of course, this also meant that the Knights of the Holy Spirit could no longer continue to massacre on a large scale, which greatly reduced the threat to the great world of God. However, regardless of whether the Knights of the Holy Spirit continued to massacre, the 5 shrines had to take this seriously, especially the war shrines, who felt a strong threat. This was a direct challenge to the shrines, resurrecting a devout demigod Knight of the war shrines and letting him massacre the great world of God. If this matter spread out, it would bring a big blow to the shrine's reputation, and it might even affect the spread of their faith. The shrines took action. In addition to setting up the necessary defense forces on Tula, the 5 shrines' intelligence organizations, their subordinate aristocratic firms, the cleaners, and other organizations all took action, searching for traces of the Knights of the Holy Spirit everywhere in the great world of God. Many oracles of the 5 shrines were also on standby, and as soon as there was news, they would immediately head over. The upper echelons of the shrines knew that demigods were invincible in the main world. Any single combat power that encountered a demigod would be courting death. Needless to say, this was the Knights of the Holy Spirit, whose combat power was already invincible in the world 10,000 years ago. Every time the upper echelons of the shrines read the records of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the worry in their hearts increased. David had recently stayed on Kami to strengthen his grasp of the rules, but the results were minimal. However, in the eyes of the Black Dragon Alexis, David's training speed was already extremely shocking. The 2 basic rules of the Rule of Strength and Rule of Speed were being steadily improved by David. As for the problem of time, how long had David been training to reach the level of training the rules? Without 100 years of research, how could he reach the level of mastery? For people like David who did not need to worry about their lifespan, a clear training goal and a clear training path was the guarantee of continuous growth. The Black Dragon Alexis saw the possibility of fighting alongside David in the future and ravaging the Grim Reaper, so the Black Dragon Alexis was not in a hurry. David trained while waiting for news from the Guardian Planet. He did not receive any news from the Guardian Planet. Instead, he received news from the Aristocratic Affairs Office. When he received the news, he still could not believe it. Of Bama Star's Villa 35 was attacked. Except 2 of his servants. All. Bama City's Aristocratic Affairs. Of Bama City's Aristocratic Affairs Office. Of Bama City's of the Aristocratic Affairs was also suffered of Bama City's Bamas. Not a single person in the Aristocratic Affairs Office survived. Those who could serve the aristocratic affairs office had at least a certain degree of faith. After the aristocratic affairs office in Bama City was reinstated, the first thing it did was to report the losses to all the nobles in order. David was the first batch of nobles to receive the report. David then received an internal report from Speaker Gould, letting him know the whole story. A demigod knight who had fallen 10,000 years ago had been resurrected. Now, he was carrying out a massacre in the great world of God. Not long after Speaker Gould's report was sent, Bishop McKinley and Bishop Evans also sent similar reports. At present, these reports were all top secret. Apart from the higher-ups of the shrines, very few people knew about this. The relevant people had all been ordered to keep their mouths shut. From this, it could be seen that David now had a firm alliance in the great world of God. He also had a network of relationships that connected interests. Bishop McKinley and Bishop Evans would send top-secret information to David because they had the help of David's influence in their identities as bishop. As David became stronger and more famous, his influence among the knights also increased day by day. The title of the knight, the identity of the first knight, the dazzling battle results, and the courage to step forward to save his friends from danger time and time again. These rare knight spirits were now influencing this generation of knight. In addition, David controlled the red wine produced by Planet Kami, the precious heart-warming lotus seed soup. The 5 shrines also had a great demand for it. As David's friends, Bishop McKinley and Bishop Evans also had a great say in their respective shrines because of this relationship. Steward Dickens immediately stopped the operation of the planetary-level portals on planet Duner. All portals must be reconfirmed. You will be in charge of this matter. David, who had received the news, opened the Lord Communication portal and ordered Steward Dickens. Yes, Master. Although Steward Dickens did not understand why Lord Arthur did this, this was his master's order. Even if he knew that this order would have a great impact on the business of planet Duner, he still faithfully agreed. In addition, give the order that no forces on planet Duner are allowed to activate any portals during this period. If they violate this order, they will have a death feud with me. David continued. Steward Dickens' expression changed. He could hear the murderous intent in Lord Arthur's words. The consequences of having a death feud with Lord Arthur were known throughout the great world of God. As Lord Arthur grew up, his story also spread widely. The noble families that were trampled under his feet and sunk into the mud during his growth became negative examples. Steward Dickens conveyed Lord Arthur's order on planet Duner. Since Lord Arthur had sent 13 level 5 Temple Knights to participate in the war, the Knights on planet Duner were not affected by the war. The planetary level portals on planet Duner were closed immediately, followed by the examination of qualifications and other work. Many law enforcement knights carried Lord Arthur's order to the nobles who stayed on planet Duner. The whole planet Duner immediately became nervous. Those nobles who had small or medium portals took the initiative to close their portals. No one dared to have the slightest bit of hope. Even the top nobles who cooperated with Lord Arthur were the same. David was not too worried about planet Duner. He did not know why the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not choose planet Duner as their target immediately. Since there was no choice, it would not be easy to find trouble with planet Duner in the future. David was very curious about the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, but whether the Knights of the Holy Spirit were controlled by the Grim Reaper or not, when the Knights of the Holy Spirit attacked Villa number 35 in Bama City, it was tantamount to forming a death feud with David. David appeared at the planetary level portal of Bama City. Bama City used to be busy, but now, except for some law enforcement knights running on the streets and a few law enforcement sky knight in the sky, there were few other people. The range of his mind power was 100 kilometers. After expanding it, the whole Bama City was within his mind power. In an instant, David knew the situation of Bama City. This beautiful city that had experienced thousands of years and countless generations of hard work was built. Although there was no damage on the surface, there were less than 10,000 people who survived in the city. This was a mega-city with a population of more than 1 million people. Such a loss was equivalent to the main city of Ba City being massacred. This city would not be able to recover in decades. Even if it recovered, Bama City would not be able to return to its peak state. Previously, Bama City was known for its safety. Without a sense of security, this city was just an ordinary city. The 4 law enforcement knights guarding the planetary-level portal looked at David with excited eyes. This legendary invincible knight made the law enforcement knight forget the tragedy here for a while. However, the 4 law enforcement knights did not come forward to greet him. With their status, they were not qualified to go forward and communicate with Lord Arthur. They could only bow in knight salute to show their respect. David withdrew his mind power and bowed slightly to the 4 law enforcement knight. Then, without waiting for the person in charge of the law enforcement knight, he rose into the air and flew towards Villa 35. Ever since Knight Andrew was killed here and Steward Jason moved away, Steward Albin was the only one left to stay in Villa number 35. As David's status continued to rise, the stewards of the Luce family, especially the old people who followed Butler Jason, did not need to work anymore. This place became the retirement home of the old people of the Luce family. With Bama City's climate and environment, David's arrangement was very good. But he did not expect that the attack on Bama City would kill everyone here. David came here in person to show that he valued the old people of the family. At the same time, he also hoped to see the traces left by the Knights of the Holy Spirit and see the strength of the Knights of the Holy Spirit through close observation. Due to the special nature of Villa 35, nothing here was touched, and it still maintained the state of the attack. Alexis, what do you think? David did not stir up the air when he walked, so when he came to the ashes on the ground, the ashes were not affected at all. He squatted down and asked the Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. The ashes on the ground were white, which meant that the villa was in a relatively sealed environment, so the ashes were preserved. Under the cover of David's mind power, it seemed that as long as he breathed a little, the ashes on the ground would scatter. A very strong flame. This flame was used on ordinary people, so you can see how much the caster hates these people. This is very strange. How can a demigod with such strength have such a strong hatred for ordinary people? The Black Dragon Alexis was very puzzled. To be able to be called a very strong flame by the Black Dragon Alexis, it could be seen that he had a very high opinion of this flame. Yes, the intelligence said that the Knights of the Holy Spirit is a devout demigod. How could he do such a thing? David also did not understand. David walked around the villa again and saw the rest of the ashes. What kind of domain ability is this, can you tell? David was a little helpless. His strength was not enough to determine the domain of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, so he asked the Black Dragon Alexis again. It's hard to say. This demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit is not a flame domain. I need to see him to make a correct judgment. The Black Dragon Alexis could not make an accurate judgment. How is it not a flame domain? Weren't these all burned by the flames? David asked, pointing at the ashes on the ground, puzzled. Don't you think that the flames are a little strange? The Black Dragon Alexis reminded. David's mind power scanned the ashes again, and then he found something special. The flames that burned a person to ashes in an instant did not cause any damage to the ground. These people were also in the building, and the building did not have any traces of the flames. Perhaps this could be attributed to the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit's control of the flame rule, but David sensed a holy aura from the ashes. Purify, David said in a low voice. David remembered the word purify very clearly. When he read the book, he mentioned this sentence in the description of purify. Purify is the baptism of the holy to the evil. This baptism is from the body to the soul. In other words, purify would destroy the body and soul of those judged to be evil. David paid special attention to this ability because he needed souls. When he first saw this ability, his first thought was that this ability was his nemesis, because the enemies who were purified would not even have a soul. Without a soul, there would be no soul energy, and there would be no knowledge light ball. How ridiculous! A demigod knight with the ability of purify is actually using purify to slaughter believers. David said in a low voice, shaking his head. At the same time, he felt a sense of threat in his heart. He did not know if he could fight against the Knights of the Holy Spirit without the Black Dragon Alexis's help. David rarely lacked confidence like this. Even when he was a level 4 Sky Knight, he dared to challenge a level 5 Knight of the Holy Spirit. But he was about to face a demigod, an existence known as invincible in the main world. This invincibility was not the invincible title that the shrines gave to David, but the truth of it. David sent a message to Butler Dickens, asking him to send someone to Bama City to deal with this matter. The news of Lord Arthur appearing in Bama City to mourn the deaths of the Luce family spread among the nobles. With the identity of Lord Arthur, his every word and action was being watched. Currently, very few people knew about the identity of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The common rumor among the nobles was that the culprits who attacked Bama City were going to be unlucky. This confidence came from Lord Arthur's battle achievements, from Lord Arthur's powerful combat strength. But those who really knew the inside story were not optimistic about Lord Arthur. Even a few of Lord Arthur's friends sent him messages, asking him not to interfere in this matter. David did not want to take the initiative to interfere. Now that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had disappeared, he could not find a target even if he wanted to. At the same time, he was not arrogant enough to fight against a demigod, and he did not want the Black Dragon Alexis to be exposed. So after staying in Bama City for a while, he returned to Gammy Planet to continue training. The great world of gods did not calm down because of the disappearance of the Saint Spirit Knight. The followers of the evil gods saw the chaos, and they all moved out. When the great world of gods was at its weakest, the followers of the evil gods who had been silent all over the great world of gods kept appearing. Chapter 994. It had been many years since the great world of God had been so chaotic. The insectoids were invading from the outside, and the Knights of the Holy Spirit were wreaking havoc on the inside. The alarm on Planet Triumph was fake again. 2 evil followers attacked a manor and killed everyone there. The Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral came here for nothing again. McKinley said, a little tired. McKinley and the other 4 bishops hadn't slept for 3 days. Every once in a while, they'd receive an alert from the intelligence department. However, the intelligence department couldn't tell the difference between a demigod and a level 3 or 4 evil follower. Level 3 or 4 evil followers and demigods were all fatal to ordinary people. The intelligence department also didn't have the ability to test the target's strength. Of course, the shrines wouldn't ask them to do so. They just needed to report what they found in a timely manner. The Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral was very active. Perhaps because she was a devout follower of the god of war, she had a deep hatred for knights who betrayed the god of war. More importantly, the Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral had always regarded the Knights of the Holy Spirit as her idol. The destruction of her idol almost drove her crazy. Therefore, every time there was an alert, the Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral would go first. None of the other priests dared to compete with her. However, in reality, none of the alerts were caused by the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The evil followers were causing trouble all over the great world of God. They used this rare opportunity to do things that they didn't dare to do before. The Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral would go empty-handed every time. At most, she'd meet low-level evil followers. We can't go on like this. This false information is too much of a drain on our energy," Bishop Boland said in a low voice. "But if we don't do this, how can we find the Knights of the Holy Spirit?" Bishop Dominic said helplessly. Just the day before yesterday, the 5 gods had sent out a decree to find the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The 5 gods would respond to the request at any time. This had never happened before. One must know that although God's descent was the shrine's trump card, it did not mean that all requests would be granted. Gods wouldn't be dispatched just because of a request. Apart from the Annabelle Temple Knight who was favored by the gods, the rest of the oracles didn't have a 100% chance of success. However, the fact that the 5 gods had directly responded to the divine descent showed that the 5 gods had taken the Knights of the Holy Spirit seriously. With the importance of the 5 gods, the shrines didn't dare to relax even a little bit. They had mobilized almost all the forces they could. However, the Knights of the Holy Spirit was currently in space, and no matter how good the intelligence department was, they could not investigate in space. Bishop Evans stood up and said, "If not, I'll predict the target of the Knights of the Holy Spirit." Bishop McKinley shook his head and said, "That's too dangerous. The Knights of the Holy Spirit is a demigod." Bishop Evans said firmly, "It's okay. I'll try to predict the next attack point of the Knights of the Holy Spirit." Bishop Boland waved his hand and interrupted Bishop Evans's preparation. "Wait a minute, I'll cast a healing spell on you first." As a bishop of the Shrines of the Earth, Bishop Boland was very accomplished in healing spells. He spent 10 seconds chanting, and the staff in his hand drew a complicated pattern in the air. Then a white light fell on Bishop Evans's body. Greater Healing was an advanced healing spell. Under the effect of blessing, it could offset the effect of a serious attack. Bishop Evans felt the faint white light and warmth on his body and nodded gratefully to Bishop Boland. This advanced healing spell consumed a lot of energy, so unless it was a critical moment, Bishop Boland would try not to use it. In the short process of casting Greater Healing, Bishop Boland had used up 3 months' worth of prayer and some precious casting materials. Although it was very convenient to cast Greater Healing spells, they were dependent on various conditions. Bishop Evans was now more confident in casting divine spells with the help of the Greater Healing spell. Of course, the main reason for this was that Bishop Evans had only suffered heavy injuries after successfully prophesying about the god-tier insectoids. This gave him a new understanding of the divine art of prophecy. Although demigods had the word God in their name, there was still a gap between them and true gods. Bishop Evans kept chanting, waving the circle in his hand. His face was getting paler and paler as the chanting went on. However, the moment his face turned pale, the faint white light of the Greater Healing spell on his body dimmed a little, and his face became rosy again. Puff! 3 seconds after the prophecy spell succeeded, Bishop Evans spat out a mouthful of blood and withered. The light of the Greater Healing spell on his body had long been exhausted. Bishop Boland, who had been prepared, cast a Greater Healing spell on Bishop Evans. Bishop Dominic took out a bottle of top-level healing potion and gave it to Bishop Evans. Bishop McKinley looked at Bishop Evans' sideburns. A few strands of hair had turned white. It was important to note that these level 5 bishops were blessed by God. They would not have white hair unless they were over 200 years old. Bishop Evans was only a little over 100 years old. The white hair on his sideburns could only be due to the prophecy spell. Contact Lord Arthur immediately. The next target of the Knights of the Holy Spirit is planet Gamma. Bishop Evans slowly opened his eyes under the effect of the healing spell and the top-level healing potion. He said as soon as he woke up. After activating the prophecy spell, Bishop Evans realized that he had underestimated the power of demigods. If he had not cast the Greater Healing spell beforehand, he would have been seriously injured in the beginning and the prophecy would have failed. The last time he used the prophecy spell, Bishop Evans had completely avoided the god-level insectoids and only predicted the movements of normal insectoids. This time, however, Bishop Evans had directly predicted the future target of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. This meant that he was going against the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit on the spiritual level. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had almost caused the prophecy spell to collapse when it was finally formed. Bishop Evans had no choice but to use his own life force to forcefully activate the spell. "What? I'll inform Lord Arthur immediately," Bishop McKinley exclaimed when he heard Bishop Evans' words. Bishop McKinley was not the only one. Bishop Bolin, Bishop Dominic, and Bishop Bolin all took out their own contact circles at the same time. How could they miss this opportunity to be on good terms with Lord Arthur? Of course, Bishop Evans deserved the most credit for this, but as long as they informed Lord Arthur would owe them a favor. Having a powerful invincible knight owe them a favor was a great benefit to them. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was flying in space. He was not flying aimlessly. His speed in space was terrifying. Although he did not have any spatial ability, the strange law of the Holy Word could connect two spatial coordinates together, giving him a spatial ability similar to instantaneous movement. In space, the Saint Spirit Knight's figure would appear and disappear from time to time. Every time he appeared and disappeared, his figure would move 1,000 meters forward. The Knights of the Holy Spirit slowed down. He no longer used the law of the Holy Word. Instead, he flew towards the barren planet in front of him. Bishop Ironside of the God of Fire stood in front of a dilapidated ancient shrines. He received an oracle from the God of Death to deliver the latest map and information to the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He was also to act together with the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Bishop Ironside of the Holy Spirit did not want to participate, but when he prayed to the God of Fire responded and he agreed to the God of Death's arrangement. Bishop Ironside of the Holy Spirit was a little uneasy. It was rare for him to feel this way. As a believer of the God of Fire, who was known for his attack power, Bishop Ironside's combat power was also extremely strong. He was also one of the top 3 in the Doomsday Dusk organization. However, the person he was going to meet today was a demigod. He was also a devout believer of the God of War, the Knights of the Holy Spirit, who was famous for slaughtering evil. In the records of the Church of the Fire God, the Saint Spirit Knight was an extremely terrifying existence. Back then, the followers of the evil god were extremely powerful, and it was because of the Saint Spirit Knight that the followers of the evil god were almost wiped out. "He's here." Bishop Ironside of the Holy Spirit was thinking to himself. He saw a figure descending from the sky. He did not even need to look. Just by the holy aura that made him feel suffocated, he knew that it was the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, the legendary knight that the God of War trusted the most. The God of War was even prepared to cultivate him as a subsidiary god. The situation back then was completely different from the situation in the great world of God. Back then, the ancient gods were still very active. The God of War and the other 4 gods would fight the ancient gods from time to time. Having another subordinate that could threaten the ancient gods was in line with the needs of the time. It was because of this that the God of War passed down the Holy Word law that only gods could master to the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Everyone knew that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had a unique talent in the Holy Word law. He easily mastered the Holy Word law and used it to form his own Holy Spirit realm. He reached the peak of the legendary rank, and then successfully became a demigod. Of course, the God of War's continuous blessings were also an important reason. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had obtained too many battle achievements. The extreme holiness almost made the Knights of the Holy Spirit the perfect knight. In the end, how did the Knights of the Holy Spirit fall into the hands of the God of Death? Only the God of Death would know. The 5th-level Bishop of Ironside sometimes had an evil thought. Was it because the god of war no longer needed the Knights of the Holy Spirit because of the end of the Holy War, so the Knights of the Holy Spirit were led into the god of death's trap? This was just the imagination of the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside. The truth had long been buried in history. Greetings, Lord Knights of the Holy Spirit. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside stepped forward and bowed. The Knights of the Holy Spirit looked at the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside, who was filled with a holy aura and couldn't help but nod. Although their beliefs were different, they were still allies. I need all the information about the evil Lord Arthur, especially his current location. The Knights of the Holy Spirit still remembered the God of Death's last words. The most evil existence in the great world of God was Lord Arthur, so he directly requested. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside agreed with the Knights of the Holy Spirit's statement that Lord Arthur was an evil existence. Sometimes, the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside was depressed. He was a follower of an evil god, but the number of knights he killed was far less than the number of knights killed by Lord Arthur. There were many fifth-level knights who died in the hands of Lord Arthur. However, Lord Arthur had the highest reputation in the great world of God. He was called the Invincible Knight, a top noble and a member of the Supreme Council. As for the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside, he could only hide and not show himself in front of the public. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside believed that Lord Arthur was the real evil if he could do this. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside handed a star map to the Knights of the Holy Spirit and explained, "Lord Arthur is currently in Gammy Star. I have a map to Gammy Star here. Gammy Star is not open to the public, so you can only approach it from space." The Knights of the Holy Spirit said with a sharp gaze, "Very well, evil must be purified." The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside felt a chill down his spine when he heard the words of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside did not forget the God of Death's arrangement and bowed, "Sir Knights of the Holy Spirit, I will go with you and provide you with my service." "Then let's go." The Knights of the Holy Spirit did not stand on ceremony. His consciousness had always been under the control of the God of Death. He would not have any objections to this kind of thing that was arranged by the God of Death. The Knights of the Holy Spirit took to the sky again, and the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside followed closely behind. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside used fire as a driving force, especially the Fire Divine spell that was specially modified for space travel. This made him very confident in his speed. However, after flying with the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside saw the difference between the two sides. The Knights of the Holy Spirit did not make any big movement. With just a thought, he activated the law of Holy Word and his body appeared 1,000 meters away. At first, the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside could barely keep up with the crazy consumption of energy. However, this kind of consumption could not be sustained for long, and his speed soon slowed down. The Knights of the Holy Spirit appeared beside the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside, grabbed his body with one hand, and flew with him in a way that made him feel extremely humiliated. They flew in the direction of Gammy Star. With Gammy Star's position on the star map, this flight was not short, but with the way the Knights of the Holy Spirit moved, it would not take too long. Chapter 995. After receiving the intelligence from the four bishops, David knew that Bishop Evans had paid a great price for this intelligence. After thanking the four bishops, David also asked them to express their gratitude to Bishop Evans. David put away the Lord-level communication circle and smiled at the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. "Alexis, I think we will have a guest soon. Lord Arthur, demigods can be said to be invincible in the world, and with the strange ability of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, you have to be careful," the black dragon Alexis reminded. The black dragon Alexis' tone was not cautious, because it knew what kind of ability David had mastered. If it was not for the greater achievements in the future, David might have broken through the peak of the legendary rank and become a demigod long ago. "I will be careful." David, of course, would not be careless. David opened his identity bracelet. This identity bracelet had a legal origin. Although he could not contact the Interstellar Federation army on Gammy Planet and there was no Skynet, he could connect to his own super server. As long as he was within range of Gammy Planet, he could command the artificial intelligence system at any time. He was inspired by the reconnaissance device used by the federal military and found a reconnaissance device designed by the Research Institute in the ready-made blueprint. After some simple modifications, complicated functions such as weapon navigation were removed, and only the reconnaissance network function was retained. David's information was very comprehensive. This was related to his many robberies in the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. Furthermore, Gammy Planet was rich in mineral resources and could be mined at will, so there was no trouble in mass-producing the reconnaissance devices. The blueprints were sent to the factory, and the factory continuously produced simplified versions of the reconnaissance devices. When the first batch of 1,000 reconnaissance devices was piled up in the warehouse, only 5 hours had passed since David came out with the blueprint. This was because of the time spent adjusting the production line, so the second batch of reconnaissance devices would be produced even faster. David put all 1,000 reconnaissance devices into the dimensional pendant, then flew into space and placed the reconnaissance devices in the space near Gammy Planet. Movement in space did not use much energy, so the 1,000 reconnaissance devices would be distributed in the space near Gammy Planet under the control of the artificial intelligence system of Gammy Planet, providing an alarm barrier for Gammy Planet. In the next 5 days, David would send the reconnaissance devices produced by the factory into space every once in a while. Slowly, in the vicinity of the Giammi star, a reconnaissance airspace of 500 kilometers was formed. David did not do this for the Knights of the Holy Spirit. In the future, the artificial intelligence system would continue to produce reconnaissance devices, and these devices would continue to increase the detection range of Gammy Planet, so that Gammy Planet would not be ambushed from space. One had to know that Giammi star was too important to him now. This was an important safety point for him. David did not want to destroy the hard-won results of Gammy Planet because of a battle, so he wanted to keep the Knights of the Holy Spirit out of the planet, so that the battle between the two could be carried out in space. Without waiting for the 6th day, in the afternoon of the 5th day, David's identity bracelet rang with an alarm from the artificial intelligence system, and it also gave the location of the reconnaissance device that sent out the alarm. David did not hesitate and flew into the sky. In the process of flying, the identity bracelet constantly updated the location of the enemy. The enemy did not seem to have any understanding of the reconnaissance device. This kind of item that did not have any pattern energy fluctuation was ignored. Perhaps the level 5 Bishop of Ironside knew something, but at this time, he was in the hands of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit constantly used the Holy Square Law to activate the instantaneous movement, which made the level 5 Bishop of Ironside very uncomfortable. People who did not have the talent of space could not withstand the discomfort caused by the continuous teleportation. Even if the level 5 Bishop of Ironside was a level 5 spirit user, he could not avoid the nausea, vomiting, and dizziness caused by the continuous teleportation. Fortunately, he was a level 5 spirit user, so he could withstand this kind of teleportation for a long time. If it was a normal level 5 spirit user, the instantaneous movement, for such a long time could make the passive instantaneous movement user faint. Of course, maybe the level 5 Bishop of Ironside hoped that he would faint, but he did not want to endure this kind of feeling. In the past 5 days, the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not sleep at all, and had been using the instantaneous movement to hurry on. Therefore, the level 5 Bishop of Ironside could not detect the existence of the reconnaissance device, and there was no way he could alert the Knights of the Holy Spirit. David smiled coldly, and he flew towards the path of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit and David did not see each other with their eyes, but they sensed each other with their spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's eyes were sharp. He had not met a real strong person this time, and Lord Arthur in front of him was the only strong person that he looked up to. The only thing that puzzled him was why there was no evil aura on Lord Arthur. Of course, David did not have the evil aura in the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, who had been modified by the god of death, would sense the evil aura on the believers of the five gods. In the great world of God, there was almost no one who did not have faith. It was just a matter of how much faith they had. David was an exception. He came from the Interstellar Federation, and the Interstellar Federation did not have any faith at all. Even in his previous life, he did not have any faith. So it is true evil. The Knights of the Holy Spirit did not doubt the words of the god of death. He used his spirit to increase his perception of David, and indeed, he found some problems. David did not have the faith of the five gods, but there was the power of faith lingering around his body. This power of faith came from the believers of the five gods. After the Knights of the Holy Spirit increased his perception, he found the power of faith recognized by the five gods. That was why the Knights of the Holy Spirit said the truly evil word. David also used his spirit to sense the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He was very familiar with the power of space, and there was a space pattern in his soul space. When he saw the way the Knights of the Holy Spirit traveled, his first thought was that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had mastered the power of space. But when David carefully sensed, he found that the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not use the power of space. Instead, the space actively opened a passage for the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Alexis, why is the space movement ability of the Knights of the Holy Spirit so strange? David asked Black Dragon Alexis as he continued to fly. A demigod recognized by the world. How much divine grace must he have received to have such an ability? Black Dragon Alexis shook his head and sighed. Black Dragon Alexis then explained to David what was special about the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Black Dragon Alexis only talked about the way the Knights of the Holy Spirit move. The way the Knights of the Holy Spirit moved through space was not because he had the power of space. Instead, it was because the great world of God recognized the Knights of the Holy Spirit and allowed him to use the rules of space. It was not just the rules of space. Perhaps the Knights of the Holy Spirit could use more rules of the world. Of course, this ability was not self-cultivated. It was a gift from the gods, coupled with his own special talent. You mean the Knights of the Holy Spirit is very powerful? David could not help but frown. According to Black Dragon Alexis, the Knights of the Holy Spirit could use many rules at will. This would give the Knights of the Holy Spirit a great advantage in battle, using the most suitable rules according to the enemy's characteristic. Powerful? It's pathetic. Black Dragon Alexis's tone was full of sarcasm. David could not help but be stunned. Was there a bad restriction to the ability to use the rules at will? The ability of the Knights of the Holy Spirit to manipulate the rules is an ability that he naturally grasped after becoming a god. This kind of manipulation of the rules is not strong among the gods. It can only be considered a daily life ability, just like how ordinary people can light a fire or farm. This degree of control of the rules is a basic ability among the gods. God's gift to the Knights of the Holy Spirit is only to give him the basic ability of the gods in advance. If he becomes a god and only has these basic life abilities, he will only be the lowest existence among the gods. Black Dragon Alexis continued without waiting for David to ask. David thought for a moment and understood what Black Dragon Alexis meant. Although the Knights of the Holy Spirit was very powerful, this kind of power was only a god's life ability, and not a real strong ability to control the rules. David thought of the God of War's favor to the Knights of the Holy Spirit, which was even written in the history book. Now that he thought about it, this was to forcibly reduce the threat of the Knights of the Holy Spirit to the lowest level. Even if the Knights of the Holy Spirit became a god, he would not be able to escape the control of the god of war. But the Knights of the Holy Spirit must be very powerful now, right? At this time, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and they would be able to meet soon. David still asked the Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. If a real god used the life ability to attack you, you might not be able to block it. But he is only a demigod with no strong rules. All the rules that the Knights of the Holy Spirit has mastered are just the tip of the iceberg. As long as you are careful, you should be able to keep yourself alive. Although the Black Dragon Alexis still looked down on the Knights of the Holy Spirit, he still kept reminding David to be careful. David had no time to talk at this time. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had already appeared in front of him. Both sides stopped at the same time and looked at each other. David saw the Knights of the Holy Spirit holding the level 5 Ironside Bishop in his hand. The Knights of the Holy Spirit put the level 5 Ironside Bishop down. The level 5 Ironside Bishop swayed a few times in the tense atmosphere between David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit before he stabilized himself in space. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had already confirmed David's identity in his heart, but he still asked, "Lord Arthur? The Knights of the Holy Spirit? The Black Knight who betrayed the gods and became an evil god's lackey?" David asked calmly. Among the knights, only one kind of knight would be called the Black Knight. That was the knight who betrayed the faith. Among the knights, even if there was a feud between them, they would not curse each other with the title of Black Knight. David did not know when the title of Black Knight started to spread in the great world of God, but looking at the Knights of the Holy Spirit's expression, he knew that at least the title existed in the era of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Blasphemy against the Holy Knights of the Holy Spirit is blasphemy against my Lord. I will purify you on behalf of my Lord." David felt that his body was surrounded by an unknown energy. This feeling was very familiar to him. This was the Knights of the Holy Spirit activating his territory. He immediately activated his battle mode and put on the Black Knight's armor with the divine weapon Dark Shadow. The 6 divine weapons of the death chain danced behind him. With a thought from the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the holy flame appeared on David's body. Even the Black Dragon Alexis on David's shoulder had a holy flame appear on its own. Due to the effect of the Holy Spirit territory, all enemies within the territory would be attacked by the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Although the Black Dragon Alexis acted like David's pet, the power of the Black Dragon Alexis at the peak of level 5 was not a secret in the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Of course, with the power of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, it was far from being able to see the true power of the Black Dragon Alexis. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's idea was simple. No matter what the Black Dragon Alexis was, as long as it was with the evil Lord Arthur, it would also be purified. David had seen the people burned to death by the holy flame in Bama City. Only a little ash was left, so when the Knights of the Holy Spirit said purify, he activated the divine weapon of the death chain. The holy flame was indeed powerful. This divine spell created by the god of war would directly affect the target's body when it was cast. There was no chance for the target to escape at all. David wasn't able to escape the holy light flame either. White flames rose up, but before the holy light flame could burn his body, the 6 Reapers' chains swept past him. Wherever the divine artifact, Death God's chains passed, the holy light flames were automatically extinguished. The divine artifact Death God's chains was the weapon of the Death God. It had an extremely powerful suppressive effect against all energy attack. Needless to say, the holy flame of the war god was completely suppressed by the divine artifact Death God's chains. The white flames disappeared from David's body faster than they appeared. During the whole process, the divine weapon of the death chain only fluttered a little. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside was stunned. There was only one word in his mind: the divine weapon of the death chain in Lord Arthur's hand. Chapter 996. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was also extremely shocked. However, he didn't feel anything about the Reaper's chain. This Reaper had never possessed it before he was controlled by the God of Death. Also, the God of Death's consciousness in the Reaper's chain had long been removed, so the Knights of the Holy Spirit had no way of knowing that it was the God of Death's weapon. The Knights of the Holy Spirit didn't know, but the God of Death in the small world far away knew. The God of Death left a trace of consciousness in the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body to sense his weapon. Even if the weapon didn't have the God of Death's presence, the God of Death was the one who collected the materials and completed the entire process. Naturally, it had a special sensing ability. Kill him and take back the weapon, the God of Death ordered in the soul of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The killing intent in the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit suddenly increased. He looked at David and then at the black dragon Alexis on David's shoulder. The black dragon Alexis was also attacked by the holy flame. David didn't use the Reaper's chain to help it. This wasn't because David was stingy, but because the black dragon Alexis was a god. This little bit of flame couldn't even scratch an itch for it. The white flame wrapped around the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis shook its body, and the white flame seemed to be strangled by some kind of power. It became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's eyes narrowed. He stopped underestimating the black dragon Alexis. The Reaper's chain of Lord Arthur was extremely powerful. The Knights of the Holy Spirit felt that he had to give it his all. He didn't want any accidents to happen during this process. You go and deal with the pet on Lord Arthur's shoulder. The Knights of the Holy Spirit turned around and ordered the level 5 Bishop of Ironside. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside glanced at the kitten-like black dragon Alexis. He was dissatisfied with the order of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He wanted to watch a battle of this level. It would be very beneficial for him. However, he was ordered by the Knights of the Holy Spirit to deal with a pet, which made the level 5 Bishop of Ironside feel humiliated. Ironside's 5th level Bishop's eyesight was not good enough. In addition, the holy flames had disappeared one after another. He was not the one who had used them, so he did not know the secret behind them. He thought that Lord Arthur had extinguished them. Little lizard, let me squash you to death. Ironside's 5th level Bishop could not vent his anger on the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He waved his hand at the black dragon Alexis on David's shoulder. David felt the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder suddenly exerting force. His shoulder could not help but sink. David could not help but feel sad for the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's suicidal behavior. Even though David had signed a master-servant contract with the black dragon Alexis, he still maintained the respect he deserved for the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis was the last black dragon of the giant dragons. It was a god-level master. Most importantly, the level 5 Bishop of Ironside used the word lizard to insult it. The black dragon Alexis was, of course, angry. The last time it was angry, it destroyed the satellite that imprisoned it. I want its corpse intact. David only had time to order through the master-servant contract before he felt the weight on his shoulder lighten. After the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's provocative words, he did not know why, but he felt goosebumps all over his body. It was as if he was facing the most powerful predator. He had not felt this way for at least a few hundred years. Then a black shadow flew over. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside instinctively activated a fire shield in front of him. However, the fire shield was useless. The moment the black dragon Alexis's tiny claws touched the fire shield was immediately destroyed. The black dragon Alexis pounced on the level 5 Bishop of Ironside without any resistance. A level 5 spirit user was suppressed to the pinnacle of level 5 by a god-level black dragon. The result was inevitable. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside's neck was turned 360 degrees by the pounce. Even until his death, he did not understand what kind of creature he had offended. The Knights of the Holy Spirit squinted its eyes, and the Holy Spirit realm exploded again. This time, countless lightning bolts fell on David and the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis did not care about the lightning. With a slight sweep of its spirit, it put the body of the level 5 Bishop of Ironside into David's space pendant. The violent lightning bolts, each with at least the power of a peak legend, struck the body of the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis stretched lazily and flew back to David's shoulder in the Holy Spirit domain, where the lightning danced. The lightning with the power of a legendary peak hit David as well. Most of the lightning was blocked by the 6 divine weapons, the Chain of Death. The rest of the lightning hit his body but did not cause any damage. As soon as the lightning struck David's body, it was absorbed by the lightning tattoo in his soul space. David's body trembled slightly. This was the remaining power of the lightning with the power of a legendary peak attack. He finally understood what the Black Dragon Alexis meant by a god's ability to survive. According to the power of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, if it was good at a certain rule and studied it deeply, its attack would have the power of a demigod. Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not have any lightning energy waves on its body. In other words, the lightning attacks it released were completely generated by the power of a god. Perhaps this ability was indeed very comprehensive and could produce a variety of energy attacks, but fundamentally speaking, even if these energy attacks involved the laws, they were not something he could control himself. Seeing that David blocked another one of its attacks, the Knights of the Holy Spirit looked even colder. Although in his heart, he had some scruples about David's power, and even felt threatened by the Black Dragon Alexis on David's shoulder, the order of the God of Death and his obsession to destroy evil made it impossible for him to let go. "Space cut!" The Knights of the Holy Spirit shouted, and countless space cracks appeared around David's body. David's figure moved through the countless space cuts, occasionally using the space dash to make all the space cuts unable to hit him. At the same time, David also activated his own domain. The Blade domain overlapped with the Holy Spirit domain. Countless blades appeared and flew towards the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit felt the power of the blades and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the power of the blades was stronger than that of an ordinary peak legendary, it was not enough to threaten him. Around the Knights of the Holy Spirit body, energy shields appeared. There were flame shields, ice shields, space shields, spirit shields, and so on. His body was protected by energy shields of various colors. David's Blade domain continuously attacked the Knights of the Holy Spirit with the blades, but it encountered the strongest defense. Every energy shield of the Knights of the Holy Spirit could withstand at least the attacks of an early-stage demigod. David's attacks were not at that level, so even one of the shields would take a long time to break through, let alone multiple shields. The battle fell into an extremely awkward situation. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's Holy Spirit domain could not cause any damage to David, and David's domain could not cause any damage to the Knights of the Holy Spirit either. "You are very strong, the strongest legend I have ever seen. But my strongest point is not my domain, but my sword." "The Knights of the Holy Spirit," said the Knights of the Holy Spirit, as he took out a level 5 light longsword from his space ring and waved it gently at David. After the Knights of the Holy Spirit killed the 6 level 5 Knights of the Holy Temple, he had already changed his equipment to a level 5 Knights armor and a level 5 light longsword. In his space ring there were 5 sets of spare equipment. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was confident in his sword because he was a demigod. He had strength and speed that far exceeded that of a legend. He was a knight himself, so when he used his sword in close combat, he could truly reach the power of a high-level demigod. He was not unaware of his own shortcomings. The Holy Spirit domain was very strong, but its attack power was too weak. Its defense, however, could reach the level of a low-level demigod. 10,000 years ago, no matter what kind of opponent the Knights of the Holy Spirit met, he could always use the ability to restrain his opponent. This was the most powerful aspect of the Holy Spirit domain. At least among all the opponents the Knights of the Holy Spirit met before, none of them had the ability to deal with the Holy Spirit domain. Now that the Knights of the Holy Spirit met David, it could be said that he had met his greatest opponent in the Holy Spirit domain. The number of abilities David had was no less than the Holy Spirit domain of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This allowed David to deal with all of the Knights of the Holy Spirit's attacks. Most importantly, because of the variety of the Holy Spirit domain attacks, the Holy Spirit domain sacrificed its attack power. Of course, this was what the Knights of the Holy Spirit thought. In fact, this was the flaw of the Holy Spirit domain itself. As a living ability of the gods, it did not have many powerful attacks. Against weak opponents, the Holy Spirit domain was invincible, but against powerful enemies, it was not enough. Knight's Charge. The Knights of the Holy Spirit made a standard Knight's Charge move, and his body rushed towards David. David's expression was a little strange. He felt that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had stolen his words. His strongest ability was his sword, the level 5 light longsword on his back. Generally speaking, in a battle between two knights, if one knight used the Knight's Charge, the other would either dodge or use the Knight's Charge. Standing still was the worst choice. The Knight's Charge was a way of attacking by borrowing momentum and increasing the attack power. During the process of the Knight's Charge, the momentum of the knight would also increase. The Knight's Charge also gave the Knight's Charge time to accumulate power. In the final attack, the accumulated power could be combined with the Knight's Charge to deliver the strongest blow. David did not move. He stopped in space, and there was no place for him to borrow momentum. He stared at the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The momentum coming from the Knights of the Holy Spirit was so strong that he could feel the pressure. However, when David turned his mind to the level 5 light longsword on his back, the pressure disappeared instantly. After a long time of nurturing, the level 5 light longsword's spirit and black dragon power were already filled to the brim. It was in the best state to use the Fatal Strike skill. The Knights of the Holy Spirit saw that David did not move, and he was happy. He was worried that David would play hide and seek with him. Kill! The Knights of the Holy Spirit yelled the Knights of the Holy Spirit when he was 50 meters away from David. The level 5 light longsword in his hand carried a terrifying bloodline power, and he slashed at David. When the sword slashed down, it created a lock-on effect. If David did not have the demigod ability, he would not even be able to move. He would only be killed by the sword. David felt his heart skip a beat. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was a demigod after all. His attack was the strongest attack he had ever encountered outside of the gods. Without any hesitation, his black knight armor disappeared. A crack appeared on the back of the dark shadow, and a pair of white energy wings appeared. David activated the rule of speed from the small world of his soul and transferred a trace of the rule of speed to the main world and activated it. The Knights of the Holy Spirit sword stopped in midair. It was not completely still. Instead, it was moving at an extremely slow speed. It was obvious how fast the Knights of the Holy Spirit sword was. David flew to the side of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and immediately transferred the remaining rule of speed back to the small world of his soul. He did not dare to use his strongest attack while the rule of speed was running. Not only would it not cause any damage to the Knights of the Holy Spirit, but it would also cause him to suffer a fatal backlash. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, from the moment the Knight of the Holy Spirit charged to the moment he swung his sword at David. The whole process was under his control. However, when he swung his sword halfway, he realized that David had disappeared. Then the Knights of the Holy Spirit felt a terrifying explosion next to him. A pale golden sword slashed through space and attacked him. It was too late for him to save Abel. This was also because David had voluntarily given up the rule of speed. Otherwise, the Knights of the Holy Spirit would not have been able to react to any of David's moves. In the face of this attack, the Knights of the Holy Spirit could only rely on the multiple energy shields on his body and the level 5 knight armor to protect him. In the past, he wouldn't have had any expectations for the defense of a rank 5 knight's armor. If it wasn't for the fact that a rank 5 knight's armor was more suitable for his status, he wouldn't even wear this armor. The pale golden sword slashed through all the energy shields of the Knights of the Holy Spirit with unparalleled power. These energy shields were all broken in an instant in the face of a sword that was equivalent to the middle stage of the demigod level. Just as the pale golden sword was about to fall on the Knights of the Holy Spirit chest, where the Knights of the Holy Spirit heart was, a dark golden light appeared and blocked the attack. Chapter 997. This was the first time David had truly used the fatal blade strike. He had accumulated the power of the Black Dragon and the spirit of the 5th rank light longsword, and its might far exceeded that of a normal weapon of the 5th rank. Coupled with the innate ability of the legendary rank, the fatal blade strike, once it was used, it carried its own law of attack. In order to increase the degree of completion of this fatal blade strike, David had even used the law of speed to get close to the Knights of the Holy Spirit to achieve the best result. But he had never imagined that this fatal blade strike, which he had 100% confidence in, would be blocked. What blocked David's fatal blade strike wasn't the Knights of the Holy Spirit, but a life-saving measure left behind by the God of Death. The God of Death had controlled the divine sense to stimulate a trace of divine power. With David's peak legendary rank strength, even if he used the fatal blade strike to increase his attack power, it was still easily blocked by this trace of divine power. Even the 5th rank light longsword in David's hand made a cracking sound. The 5th rank light longsword was covered with cracks, and he felt the weight in his hand lighten. This 5th rank light longsword that had accompanied him for a long time had actually been destroyed. It must be known that this 5th rank light longsword in his hand had been strengthened by him. He had used the means of both a Grandmaster Alchemist and a Grandmaster Blacksmith to strengthen this 5th rank light longsword to the limit of a weapon of the 1st rank. But even so, it was still unable to withstand this collision. In fact, when David used the fatal blade strike, he had overclocked the 5th rank light longsword. The 5th rank light longsword had condensed the power of the Black Dragon and the spirit of the peak legendary rank, causing the 5th rank light longsword to become extremely weak. Of course, this weakness was relative. If it had been an ordinary enemy, the energy of the 5th rank light longsword would have been released as it cut into the enemy's body. But this fatal blade strike was blocked by the divine power of the God of Death, unable to advance even an inch. The energy within the Class 5 light longsword could not be released. Instead, due to the resistance, the Class 5 light longsword was completely destroyed. Gammy Star, Lord Arthur's territory. The divine power of the Grim Reaper has been detected. The investigation system of the shrines spread throughout the great world of God immediately discovered the divine power of the Grim Reaper and reported it to the 5 shrines. In the golden tent on Tula Star, the 5 bishops had also received the report. "Damn it, how did the Grim Reaper appear?" Bishop McKinley said with an ugly expression. "The divine power left in the Knights of the Holy Spirit must have been triggered." Bishop Bolivar of the Shrines of Knowledge said solemnly. His words left the rest of the bishops speechless. They did not know whether to brag about Lord Arthur's strength or lament his bad luck. For the Knights of the Holy Spirit to be forced to use the divine power of the Grim Reaper, it must have been Lord Arthur who had forced the Knights of the Holy Spirit into a desperate situation. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was a demigod who was said to be invincible in the world. For such an existence to be forced into a desperate situation by Lord Arthur, just how powerful was Lord Arthur? Ask the Knight of the Annabella Shrine to go, Bishop Bolivar suggested to Bishop McKinley. It's no use, we can't teleport to Gammy Star. It'll take a few days to fly from the nearest planet. It's already too late. Bishop McKinley said helplessly as he shook his head. Try to contact Lord Arthur. Bishop Evans said with a pale face, even though there was no hope. Bishop Evans had not recovered yet, but he still insisted on coming to the meeting. All right. Bishop Bolivar nodded. The 5 bishops knew in their hearts that after the divine power of the Grim Reaper appeared, Lord Arthur's life would be in danger. While they were discussing what happened to Lord Arthur, the battle between David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit continued. At this time, the Knights of the Holy Spirit were only 2 meters away from David. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's eyes were a strange dark red, which gave him an extremely strange feeling. Arthur and Alexis, I've found you. I'll use your souls to make candles so that you'll be tormented by fire forever. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's voice was completely different from before. It was as harsh as metal rubbing against each other. David felt goosebumps all over his body. He knew who this was. This was the Grim Reaper that he had been carefully avoiding. Although this was not the Grim Reaper's true body, the Grim Reaper controlled the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, and the combat power it exerted must be far beyond the combat power of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. Without waiting for David's reply, and without waiting for the black dragon Alexis to return to its original state, the Grim Reaper controlled the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and swung its sword at David. The dark golden divine power flashed on the level 5 longsword, and David felt the power of the sword was several times stronger than the Knights of the Holy Spirit's previous attack. David could not move at all, let alone dodge the sword. The distance between David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit was only 2 meters. At this distance, the sword controlled by the Grim Reaper could not be dodged. The black dragon Alexis needed at least 1 breath to return to its original state from its kitten form. The Knights of the Holy Spirit controlled by the Grim Reaper did not even take 1/10 of a breath. The black dragon Alexis regretted. It should not have thought of talking nonsense with the Grim Reaper. It should have just returned to its original state and slapped the Grim Reaper to death. However, the black dragon Alexis was relieved. It also gave up the idea of returning to its original state because David closed the white energy feather wings and blocked his body. When David used the energy feather wings to block the attack of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the 6 divine artifacts, Grim Reaper's chains, flew and entangled the Knights of the Holy Spirit. At a distance of 2 meters, the Knights of the Holy Spirit controlled by the Grim Reaper could not dodge the attack of the 6 divine artifacts, the Grim Reaper's chains. The distance was too close. In fact, in a normal battle, at the level of David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit, it was impossible for there to be such a close battle. At such a close distance, life and death would have been determined long ago. If the Grim Reaper did not intervene, the Knights of the Holy Spirit would have been killed by David's sword. It was also because of the 2-meter distance that David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit controlled by the Grim Reaper could not dodge each other's attacks. It was equivalent to exchanging attacks. Under normal circumstances, the defense of the demigod body and the legendary body were different. Under such a close attack, especially when the 5th-grade light longsword in David's hand was destroyed, the Knights of the Holy Spirit should have the upper hand. However, David had activated the energy feather wings to use the power of the speed rule. For this reason, he even put away the Black Knight armor. At this time, the energy feather wings played a decisive role. The Grim Reaper controlled the Knights of the Holy Spirit and used its divine power to hit the energy feather wings. The divine power was easily deflected by the energy feather wings. Of course, the main reason for this was that the Grim Reaper could use too little divine power. It was enough to deal with David, but it was far from enough to break the energy feather wings. It was not even a threat. In space, this power should have sent David far away, but the 6 divine artifacts, the Grim Reaper's chains, wrapped around the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body at the same time. The Grim Reaper felt that the demigod bloodline power in the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body was instantly silenced. Even the consciousness he left behind was suppressed in the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body and could not be sensed outside of the body. Aggrieved, extremely aggrieved, this was the Grim Reaper's thought. Originally, with the demigod body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, through the manipulation of the Grim Reaper, his strength could be exerted to the peak of the demigod level. Defeating David would not be a problem. Even if he could not do anything to David, who had the help of the black dragon Alexis, it would not be a problem to leave. But the problem was the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's chains. As a weapon made by the Grim Reaper himself, restraining the gods was inevitable. David was not strong enough to exert the power of the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's chains, but the Grim Reaper also could not exert his strength by borrowing the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. It would be better if there was a distance. The Knights of the Holy Spirit controlled by the Grim Reaper could dodge the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's chains. But at a distance of 2 meters, it was almost a close combat. How could he dodge? The black dragon Alexis looked at the bound Knights of the Holy Spirit and said, "Grim Reaper, I, Alexis, will find you. You must live well and not die prematurely." The Grim Reaper's voice came out of the Knights of the Holy Spirit's mouth, and his voice was getting softer and softer. "You have won this time, but don't be happy too early. You will regret going against the gods." The Grim Reaper's consciousness was completely suppressed by the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's chains, and the Grim Reaper's remote control was also dispelled. The eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit returned to their original state, but his eyes were blank at this time. It seemed that he had not recovered from being controlled. The Grim Reaper's remote control of the Knights of the Holy Spirit was his last resort. The amount of divine power that could be sealed in the Knights of the Holy Spirit was very limited, and the Grim Reaper did not dare to leave too many imprints in the Knights of the Holy Spirit. That would be discovered by the shrines. After activating it once, the imprints left by the Grim Reaper for remote control were almost used up. Of course, the main reason was that the faith of the Knights of the Holy Spirit was too strong. It was so strong that the Grim Reaper could not sign a master-servant contract with him. As a knight of the God of War, a strong faith was the best contract. The Knights of the Holy Spirit were willing to give up their lives for the God of War at any time. Although the Grim Reaper had deceived the Knights of the Holy Spirit through the soul, it was not omnipotent. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper would have completely turned the Knights of the Holy Spirit into his own puppet. In the end, the Knights of the Holy Spirit was just a defective product, or a half-finished product. It was not a true divine spirit puppet. The Grim Reaper also released the Knights of the Holy Spirit, which was still in the process of being modified, to have these weaknesses. David did not care about these. He scanned the space pendant with his spirit, and a level 5 light longsword appeared in his hand. He did not hesitate and stabbed the Knights of the Holy Spirit's heart. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, who was bound by the Grim Reaper's chain, sensed danger with his knight's danger sense. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but it was all in vain. The terrifying effect of the divine weapon Death Chain had completely sealed the demigod bloodline power within the Saint Spirit Knight's body, as well as his super-powerful physique. He couldn't even move his body if he wanted to. David's level 5 light longsword pierced through the level 5 breastplate. When it came into contact with the skin of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, it felt a strong resistance. He truly felt the power of a demigod. Just the defensive power of the skin alone had surpassed the defense of a 5th-tier knight's armor. If a level 5 temple knight was here with a level 5 light longsword in his hand, he would not be able to break the skin of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, let alone kill the Knights of the Holy Spirit. And this was the case when the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not use the demigod bloodline in his body to defend himself. If he did, David would probably have to use an attack like the Fatal Strike to hurt the Knights of the Holy Spirit. However, all of the Knights of the Holy Spirit's abilities and energy were sealed by the Grim Reaper's chain. This kind of defenseless state meant that David did not have to wait for a long time to prepare for the Fatal Strike. David's eyes flashed, and the rule of force in the small world of his soul was activated. Then, using part of the small world's mass, his strength suddenly increased. The level 5 light longsword smoothly pierced the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and went straight to the heart. The eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit suddenly focused. The moment before death, he seemed to have found himself again. "Thank you." The Knights of the Holy Spirit's face relaxed. He felt completely liberated. At the moment of death, the Grim Reaper's deception disappeared. The Knights of the Holy Spirit knew what he had done. For an extremely devout knight, this was unbearable. Perhaps the Knights of the Holy Spirit still wanted his soul to return to the small world of the God of War, where he would be redeemed. Unfortunately, the final dream of the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not come true. After his death, the shadow attendant flew to his body and sucked out his soul. Just as the shadow attendant was about to absorb the soul of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the black dragon Alexis was one step ahead and sucked away the dark golden light. "Master Arthur, this is the Grim Reaper's consciousness. I'm worried that it might be dangerous for the shadow attendant." The black dragon Alexis smacked its lips and said. David shook his head helplessly. He also knew that the Grim Reaper's consciousness was useless to him. On the contrary, it was very useful for the recovery of the soul of the black dragon Alexis, so he did not say anything about the black dragon Alexis's actions. His gaze fell on the corpse of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. His heart was burning. No matter how weak the power of the Knights of the Holy Spirit was, he was still a demigod. If David's power did not reach a breakthrough recently, he would not be able to fight with the Knights of the Holy Spirit, let alone defeat him. Chapter 998. David put away the corpse of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and returned to planet Gammy. As soon as he entered the atmosphere, he received a contact request from Bishop McKinley. "Bishop McKinley, are there any unusual movements from the insectoids?" David asked as he hovered in the sky. The 5 bishops of the shrines were on planet Tula. It was no wonder that David would ask such a question. "Lord Arthur, you're still safe. That's great." Bishop McKinley laughed. After hearing David's voice, Bishop McKinley's worries were swept away. "I would also like to thank you for your warning. If it weren't for the information you sent me, I would have made preparations in advance. Otherwise, Gammy Star would have been greatly damaged. When the war is over, I will definitely invite you and the other 4 bishops to Gammy Star as guests. I will treat you with the best food and wine." David also smiled and thanked him. "Haha, I really hope the war will end soon. I look forward to your delicious food." Bishop McKinley was drooling at David's words. He paused for a moment and asked, "The shrine sensed the aura of death. What happened?" "I ambushed the Knights of the Holy Spirit. When I was about to give him a fatal blow, a force blocked my attack and took the Knights of the Holy Spirit away." David did not tell the truth after some thought. Of course, if David told the truth, it would most likely lead to more trouble. Phew! Bishop McKinley exhaled deeply, dispelling the extreme shock in his heart. Lord Arthur's assassination skills were recognized by the upper echelons of the nobles and shrines. After all, Lord Arthur's most terrifying achievement was to sneak into the midst of 5 billion insectoids and successfully assassinate a legendary-level insectoid before escaping unscathed. Although he was chased to the Guardian Planet by the insectoids, the assassination of a legendary-level insectoid was enough to make Lord Arthur the #1 assassin in the great world of God. Previously, the #1 assassin in the great world of God was Bishop Cameron, who used the divine weapon Dark Shadow to run rampant in the great world of God for thousands of years. Bishop Cameron eventually died at the hands of Lord Arthur, and the divine weapon Dark Shadow became Lord Arthur's spoils of war. This was also the reason why Lord Arthur's successful assassination of a legendary tier insectoid was accepted by the powerhouses of the great world of gods, even though it was very strange. The divine artifact Dark Shadow had been used by countless believers of the evil god and had been deified. However, Bishop McKinley did not expect Lord Arthur to almost succeed in assassinating the Knights of the Holy Spirit, who was a demigod. Bishop McKinley calmed himself down and said, "The Knight of the Annabelle Temple wants to go to the scene to take a look. Please allow her to use the portal." "No problem. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple is welcome," David said without hesitation. After cutting off the connection, Bishop McKinley saw the gazes of the other 4 bishops. Lord Arthur is safe. The Knights of the Holy Spirit were ambushed and heavily injured by him. It should be the divine power that the Grim Reaper left in the Knights of the Holy Spirit that saved the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit escaped from Gammy, Bishop McKinley said in a calm tone. He looked at the expressions of the 4 bishops with some mischievous interest, and as expected, he saw the shock on their faces. Was this still the so-called invincible demigod of the overworld? Of course, the 4 bishops also thought of another question. Was there anyone in the overworld who could stop Lord Arthur's assassination? "How should we deal with this?" Bishop Bolivar asked in a low voice. He was naturally asking about how the battle between the Knights of the Holy Spirit and Lord Arthur should be publicized. The news of the Knights of the Holy Spirit massacre was getting more and more out of hand. Naturally, there were believers of evil gods who kept spreading the news, making the identity of the Knights of the Holy Spirit known by more and more people. According to the Shrine's initial thoughts, they did not acknowledge the existence of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This was not a good way to deal with it, because the Knights of the Holy Spirit would continue to appear and bring great trouble to the great world of God. However, things were different now. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had been defeated and escaped with heavy injuries. The legend of the Knights of the Holy Spirit had also been shattered. As long as the shrines spread the news of Lord Arthur's victory over the Knights of the Holy Spirit, they would be able to reduce the trust the Knights of the Holy Spirit had in the shrines to an extremely low level. Isn't Lord Arthur an invincible knight? We can continue to spread the news of his invincibility and spread the news of the Knights of the Holy Spirit as well. We can use the opportunity of the Knights of the Holy Spirit being heavily injured to reduce the impact from before. Bishop Dominic suggested. Agreed. 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 Several bishops agreed. This was normal. 3 of them were very close to Lord Arthur, and the other 2 wanted to have a good relationship with the Lord Arthur. If they objected at this time, the news would definitely reach Lord Arthur. In the shrines, as long as it was not a major event involving the gods, it would be affected by the network of relationship. David accepted the teleportation request of the Annabelle of the Holy Knight. He stood in front of the planet-level portal and waited for the knight to arrive. The teleportation light flashed, and the figure of the Annabelle of the Holy Knight appeared. As soon as the Annabelle of the Holy Knight appeared, she smiled and looked at David and said, "Lord Arthur, you've become much stronger." "Annabella, Knight of the Holy Temple, your strength has also improved a lot," David said with a smile and a bow. This was also true. When David met the Knight of the Annabella Temple through his avatar, he discovered that the strength of the Knight of the Annabella Temple had increased. It was obvious that God's descent was of great help to the Annabelle Temple Knight. Let's not talk about that. Where is the battlefield? Annabella asked, waving her hand. It's in space, about 300 kilometers away from Gammy Star. I'll take you there now. David pointed to the sky and replied. It's so far away. Let's go later. It's already noon. I'll have lunch here before working. The Annabella Temple Knight looked at the sky and changed her mind. Okay, but it won't delay things, right? David said with a smile and made an inviting gesture. What's there to delay? I'm so tired these days. The Knights of the Holy Spirit have been injured by you, and they won't appear for a while. I just happen to have time to rest. The Annabella Temple Knight said indifferently. The Annabella Temple Knight, who had always been lazy, had been very busy recently. The evil god's believers had been constantly creating all kinds of false information, so she had to run back and forth between various planets in the great world of God. When she heard that she was going to Gammy Star, she decided to take a good rest there. The Annabella Temple Knight knew that a demigod who was seriously injured would not recover so easily. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was to recover once injured. Perhaps there were potions in the shrines that could heal a demigod, but with the identity of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, it was impossible to get a potion to heal a demigod. This greatly reduced the speed of the Knights of the Holy Spirit's recovery. By the way, Lord Arthur, how is the injury you've inflicted on the Knights of the Holy Spirit? This is related to how long I can rest. The Annabella Temple Knight asked as she walked. David saw that the Annabella Temple Knight was worried, so he thought for a moment and replied, He's on the verge of death. The Annabella Temple Knight solemnly bowed to David. Well done, the Knights of the Holy Spirit betrayed my lord, and now he has finally paid the price. On behalf of the Shrines of War, I would like to express my gratitude to you. David smiled and bowed back. I was just trying to protect myself. I also have to thank the shrines for providing me with the information that allowed me to set up a trap first. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to succeed so smoothly. The Annabella Temple Knight said hatefully, It's all the God of Death's fault. When we find the small world of the God of Death, we'll destroy all the sources of the God of Death's belief. We'll destroy the small world of the God of Death, and let the God of Death sleep forever. David smiled and led the way again, but he was secretly careful. He was on the road to becoming a god, and he wondered if he would become enemies with the Shrines of War and the other 4 shrines in the future. He didn't want to see this happen, but he didn't have the right to decide. It depended on the attitude of the shrines and the 5 gods. Lunch was naturally very sumptuous, and David didn't have to do anything. As long as he took out the prepared dishes from the space pendant and the red wine from the castle's underground wine cellar, it would be far better than any banquet. After 2 hours, the Annabella Temple Knight finished her meal. Satisfied, she took 10 bottles of red wine and flew into space with David. There was no reference point in space, but David still accurately brought the Annabella Temple Knight to the location of the battlefield. The Annabella Temple Knight sniffed and said, The smell of the God of Death is very strong. David tried to sniff, but there was no smell in space. His perception had been developed to the extreme, so he couldn't help but look at the Annabella Temple Knight in confusion. The Annabella Temple Knight spread her hands and said, Don't look at me. I was given a special ability after God's descent. I can sense the smell of evil gods. David couldn't help but look at the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. He didn't know if the Annabella Temple Knight's ability could detect the existence of the black dragon Alexis. If the Annabella Temple Knight wanted to find it, she would have found it long ago. With the character of the Annabella Temple Knight, she wouldn't have hidden it so deeply. The reason why the Annabella Temple Knight didn't have many scruples in the great world of God was because of her special identity as a level 5 Temple Knight and Oracle. When she encountered enemies that she could deal with, she could deal with them on her own. If there were enemies that she couldn't deal with, the Annabella Temple Knight could God's descent at any time. After God's descent, she didn't care about any enemies. This was the confidence of the Annabella Temple Knight. She didn't need to have any scruples, and she didn't need to compromise with anyone. It's a pity that I can't track the direction of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Although the Annabella Temple Knight felt that it was a pity, she didn't care at all. After knowing that the Knights of the Holy Spirit was almost killed by Lord Arthur and escaped with the help of the Grim Reaper, she returned to her salty state. The Knights of the Holy Spirit wouldn't appear for at least a few years. It was impossible for the Annabella Temple Knight to track a demigod who was rescued by the Grim Reaper. Even the just shrines couldn't find the approximate location of the Knights of the Holy Spirit through prophecy. This involved the Grim Reaper, an ancient god of the great world of God. He probably escaped in this direction. David pointed in a direction and said to the Annabella Temple Knight, "With the Grim Reaper's cunning, this direction must be wrong." The Annabella Temple Knight shook her head. "Then there's no other way," David said with a smile. He actually wanted to tell the Annabella Temple Knight that the Knights of the Holy Spirit would never appear again. The next time the Knights of the Holy Spirit appeared, it wouldn't be with his original appearance, and his identity would be different. He wouldn't slaughter the great world of God anymore. This time, the Temple Knight Annabella had only come for a routine investigation. After completing the process, she took her leave. A piece of news was passed to the Supreme Council by the Shrines, who announced it to all the nobles through the Noble Affairs Office. According to the Shrines' investigation, the real culprit of the many massacres in the city was the demigod puppet resurrected by the Grim Reaper. Currently, the demigod puppet escaped with serious injuries after fighting with Lord Arthur. Anyone who discovers the demigod puppet can report to the nearest Noble Affairs Office. This news caused an uproar in the nobles' circle, and many of them were shocked. The Lytton family now had 2 level 5 Temple Knight. One was Count Ebby, and the other was Arvid level 5 Temple Knight. Count Ebby stayed on Lytton, hiding in a secret residence to direct the family's operations. Arvid level 5 Temple Knight was on Tula, and was recruited to participate in the war against the Zerg. Arvid level 5 Temple Knight immediately contacted Count Ebby after hearing the news announced by the Shrines. "Ebby, have you seen the news announced by the Shrines?" Arvid level 5 Temple Knight asked directly after the communication array was connected. "Yes, I have." Count Ebby's voice was full of exhaustion. Lord Arthur was getting stronger and stronger. Even though Lord Arthur could not directly deal with the Lytton family because of the Shrine's warning, all the nobles associated with the Lytton family stopped cooperating with the Lytton family. The Lytton family's territory had decreased, and their resources were also insufficient after paying the Doomsday Dusk organization. This caused the family's strength to suffer a great loss. At this time, Count Ebby saw the news announced by the Shrines. After seeing that Lord Arthur could fight and seriously injure a demigod, he felt that it was absurd. In fact, the Shrines were indeed exaggerating Lord Arthur's strength. This was to reduce the great world of God's fear of demigods. "Ebby, how are you going to deal with Lord Arthur?" Arvid level 5 Temple Knight asked in a deep voice. "You have already asked this question. As long as we persist, with our previous relationship with the Shrines, Lord Arthur will not touch us." Count Ebby replied with dissatisfaction when he heard this question. Chapter 999. Indeed, the reason why the Lytton family was able to survive under Lord Arthur's suppression was because of the Lytton family's old relationship. The relationship between the Lytton family and the upper echelons of the 5 Shrines protected the Lytton family. If not for the Shrines' warning to Lord Arthur, perhaps the Lytton family would have already been wiped out by Lord Arthur. Count Ebby and Arvid were both clear on this point. Count Ebby still held on to the relationship with the Shrines, believing that he could continue to protect the Lytton family. But Arvid was different. He didn't want the Lytton family to completely disappear, just like the other families targeted by Lord Arthur. Originally, Arvid was planning to discuss with Count Ebby how to make peace with Lord Arthur, even if he had to pay a huge price. But Count Ebby's attitude made him lose the idea of continuing the discussion, and he closed the communication array. Arvid was sitting alone in his tent, thinking about the Lytton family's former glory, and thinking about how even their tent was in the outermost area, together with the ordinary nobles. Even among the ordinary nobles, almost no one had much interaction with Arvid's fifth-level knight. Being Lord Arthur's enemy, this identity made all the nobles look at Arvid's fifth-level knight as if they were looking at a dead man. The nobles all believed that as long as Lord Arthur had killed so many fifth-level knights, Lord Arthur would have raised his butcher's knife, and gotten rid of the 2 fifth-level knights of the Lytton family as well as their families. Arvid, a fifth-level temple knight, abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing with determination. He walked out of the tent and headed towards the planetary-level portal of Tula City. As a level 5 knight of the temple, although he could not leave the front lines for long periods of time, he was not restricted from handling matters for short periods of time. Arvid's first teleportation destination was the Lytton Star. Unlike Count Ebby, he lived there all year round, while Count Ebby used to stay in the Supreme Council's planet Twinkle. He had only hidden there recently. In addition, Arvid's level 5 temple knight deliberately hid his whereabouts. He did not enter through the planetary-level portal of Lytton Star, but chose a secret private portal. Unbeknownst to anyone on Lytton Star, the Arvid level 5 temple knight returned to Lytton Star. He entered the valley where Count Ebby handled his affairs through the secret underground passage. This underground secret passage was also a backup plan he had left for himself so that he could escape from underground. He did not expect to use it at such a time. Arvid's level 5 temple knight silently came to the underground of the valley. He did not use his mental strength to scan, because he knew very well where Count Ebby's main body was. What he had to do was to approach Count Ebby's main body in the most covert way possible. Under normal circumstances, this was an extremely difficult thing to do, because the main body of a level 5 temple knight was very sensitive to the surroundings. If he wanted to secretly approach, he would have to have a special innate ability to hide. Arvid's level 5 temple knight did not hide his innate ability. What he did was to open a mechanism outside the range of Count Ebby's main body's perception, and a little gas leaked into the room where Count Ebby's main body was. This was done so that when an assassin tried to invade, he could use the mechanism to conceal himself, and at the same time, give the assassin an unexpected attack. Usually, neither Count Ebby nor Arvid's level 5 temple knight would take the antidote to this gas. "Who is it?" Count Ebby's main body heard the sound of the room's door being opened, and suddenly asked in alarm. This hidden place was protected by an isolation pattern, and was also located underground, so there was almost no possibility of being discovered. Only a member of his family could quietly approach it. "It's me." Arvid's level 5 temple knight's voice was heard, as he walked in from outside. "How come you've returned?" Count Ebby asked in surprise. But before he could get an answer, a shadow flew out from Arvid's level 5 temple knight's body, charging at him. Afterwards, Arvid's level 5 temple knight also launched a knight's charge. With a thought, Count Ebby prepared to equip his level 5 knight's armor, but just as he thought about it, he felt a burst of dizziness. He immediately understood what was going on. For the sake of this odorless and tasteless gas, the Lytton family had invited a great master pharmacist to take action. Just the materials alone required a lot of manpower. Arvid's level 5 temple knight was all too familiar with Count Ebby, as familiar as he was with himself. Count Ebby's reaction was also within the calculations of Arvid's level 5 temple knight. This gas could only affect Count Ebby for an extremely short period of time, and as long as he used the power of his level 5 bloodline, he would be able to get rid of it. But this instant was enough for Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's doppelganger to launch the first wave of attacks. The doppelganger rushed in front of Count Ebby, its fist carrying the power of his level 5 bloodline striking Count Ebby's ribs. The power of his level 5 bloodline that Count Ebby had just mobilized was immediately dispersed by this blow. This was the weakness of the Litton family's Knight's cultivation method. Aside from their own level 5 Temple Knight, no one else knew about it. Under Count Ebby's astonished look, Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's level 5 light longsword pierced his chest. Why? Count Ebby used the last of his strength to ask in puzzlement. Count Ebby didn't think that his own family's Temple Knight, his own brother, would launch a sneak attack on him, the head of the family. They were brothers who had grown up together. If you don't die, the Litton family will be finished. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's face was expressionless as he spoke in a deep voice. Count Ebby revealed a look of realization. Before he died, he thought about how he had become enemies with Lord Arthur. He originally didn't have to become enemies with Lord Arthur, but at that time, he was the chairman of the Supreme Council, and Lord Arthur was just a mere level 4 Sky Knight. Who would have thought that Lord Arthur, a small character that he could easily strangle to death, would grow to such an extent in such a short period of time? Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight put Count Ebby's corpse into his space ring. He didn't stop, but went back the way he came and left Litton's planet through the hidden portal again. The other people on Litton's planet didn't know that the head of the Litton family, Count Ebby, was already dead. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's second goal was the Guardian planet. The purpose of coming to the Guardian planet was to visit Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould felt strange. The Litton family and Lord Arthur's feud was well known in the circle of nobles in the great world of God. Why would this Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight come to visit him, who had such a deep relationship with Lord Arthur? In the meeting room of the Interstellar Federation's underground headquarters, Chairman Gould and Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight met. Great Chairman Gould! Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight gave an aristocratic salute. Because his aristocratic status was very low after being suppressed many times, the salute he gave was for a lower aristocrat to a higher aristocrat. Knights Templar of Avid. Although Chairman Gould didn't understand the purpose of Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's visit, he could see the attitude of Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight through this salute. Generally speaking, with Arvid's status as a 5th-rank Temple Knight, he could perform a knight's salute. No one would say that he was lacking in manners if he used such a salute to Chairman Gould. However, Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight did not use a knight's salute. Instead, he saluted Chairman Gould humbly, which showed his respect. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight sat sideways on a chair and said humbly, "I think Chairman Gould is also aware of the problem between the Litton family and Lord Arthur. I'm here for that. Knights Templar of Avid, the Supreme Council can't intervene in the feud between you and Lord Arthur." Chairman Gould refused without thinking. "I know that you are very close to Lord Arthur. I beg you to pass me a message. This is Abe's body and this is his space ring. I didn't touch the things inside. This is the proof of ownership of the Litton Star. I only hope that Lord Arthur can let the Litton family go and leave the Litton family alive." Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight put 2 space rings and a proof of ownership on the table and pleaded in a deep voice. Chairman Gould was stunned. He looked at the 2 space rings on the table in disbelief. The familiar pattern allowed him to confirm that one of the space rings was Count Ebby's personal space ring. Count Ebby had been the chairman of the Supreme Council for many years, and many details of his situation had long been studied by many nobles. Although there had been more deaths of knights in the great world of God in recent years, they had either died in war, or at the hands of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, or at the hands of Lord Arthur. Other than that, there had never been any deaths of Temple Knight. At the end of the day, the survival ability of Temple Knights was still very strong, and it was extremely difficult to kill each other at the same level. Most importantly, Count Ebby's combat power was one of the top Temple Knights in the entire great world of God. Now that such a powerful Temple Knight's body was placed in a space ring and sent over as an apology, how could Chairman Gould not be in disbelief? Knights Templar of Avid, I can bring these things to Lord Arthur, but I can't guarantee the outcome, Chairman Gould said with a nod after calming himself down. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight was overjoyed. He was well aware of the current situation. Although the Lytton family had been maintaining their status before, in fact, it was the recent war that had affected the attention of the nobles. This had allowed the Lytton family to survive until now. If it weren't for Lord Arthur's current reputation, it would have been difficult for the Lytton family to maintain their status. In particular, Lord Arthur had seriously injured the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, which made Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight lose his last hope. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight had killed Count Ebby for the survival of the Lytton family. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight was only asking for a slim chance of survival. He only hoped that Chairman Gould would pass a message, and he wouldn't ask for anything more. In the end, everything still depended on Lord Arthur's attitude. He had done everything he could and could only wait for Lord Arthur's judgment. He didn't have the right to decide this kind of thing. His life and death were in the hands of Lord Arthur. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight showed a humble smile and bowed. Chairman Gould, I'll have to trouble you with this. David wasn't in the main world at this time. As soon as he returned to planet Gammy, he entered the death space of the Divine Item space card. In the death space, the Blade Mantis King, the Assassin Mantis King, the Sonic Boom Iron Beetle, and the Assassin Mantis Puppet were moving around. David's spirit swept through the space pendant and first focused on the corpse of Ironside's level 5 bishop. With a move of his spirit, the twisted head of Ironside's level 5 bishop was forcibly straightened. The body of this level 5 Bishop of Ironside hadn't been modified much. It still maintained its human form, but there were many tattoos on the skin other than the face. These tattoos contained an extremely strange energy that could slow down the aging of the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's body. This was how Bishop Ironside extended his lifespan. It was no wonder that his body did not suffer from the side effects of extending his lifespan. Instead, he was in an inhuman state like most level 5 bishop. David injected an undying life force into the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's body to activate the remaining life force in his body. He then summoned the Shadow Attendant to absorb the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's level 5 soul origin. After transforming it into David's soul double, he injected it into the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's body. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside's level 5 Bishop of Ironside's body was burning with flames. David was shocked, but he soon realized that this was just a natural reaction of a level 5 Bishop of Ironside. As the flames appeared, the body of flame pattern appeared in the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's soul. David connected his spirit to the body of flame pattern, and realized that the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's ability to fire was not just because he believed in the god of fire. It was also because the level 5 Bishop of Ironside had the body of flame talent ability, which was the most powerful talent ability of all fire talents. The reason why David resurrected the level 5 Bishop of Ironside was not because of the power of a level 5 Bishop of Ironside. Instead, it was because he was preparing for the next space coordinate. A resurrected level 5 Temple Knight could move around openly in the great world of God. This was equivalent to strengthening David's great world of God. Although a level 5 bishop who could be resurrected could not show up publicly, he was also David's soul double, so he could guard the space coordinate for him. Currently, he had 2 space coordinates. One was in the safe spot of the Zerg world, which was guarded by the Soul Brain Bug King's soul double. The second one was 500 meters underground in Kami Planet, guarded by the level 5 Bishop of Gershwin. He planned to let the level 5 Bishop of Ironside guard the third space coordinate. As for the location of the third space coordinate, he was still thinking about it. Chapter 1000. David transferred the soul energy he obtained this time to the Black Dragon Alexis to help the Black Dragon Alexis recover its strength. This time, there was a demigod's soul energy. The Black Dragon Alexis had also absorbed the god of death's consciousness, so it had gained a lot. While the Black Dragon Alexis was enjoying the soul energy to heal its injured soul, David focused on the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. After killing the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, David immediately put the body into the dimensional pendant and used the dimensional pendant's time-stop effect to maintain the body's state. Based on his previous experience, David injected a strand of undying life force into the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. What surprised him was that this strand of undying life force only made the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, active for a while before falling silent again. Is the body of a demigod so special? David couldn't help but mumble to himself. To heal a demigod, the amount of undying life force needed must be increased by more than 10 times. The Black Dragon Alexis said, not forgetting to pay attention to David as it absorbed the soul energy. David didn't care about the amount of undying life force, as long as it was effective. Undying life force was extremely precious to other gods, but to Sui Xiong, as long as he kept absorbing energy, he could produce an endless amount of undying life force. David increased the amount of undying life force injected into the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. It was as if balls of fire had been injected into the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, igniting the dead body. In fact, the method he used was something that other gods wouldn't try even if they knew about it. The value of so much undying life force was even more precious than the value of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. 4 gods who could basically ignore time, as long as they wanted to, they could completely cultivate a new demigod. David placed one hand on the chest of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. As he gently pressed down, a bolt of lightning entered the heart of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. The heart that had just been repaired was stimulated by the lightning, and it immediately started beating again. His blood began to flow again, and the power of his bloodline began to circulate in his body automatically. It circulated automatically in a special way, and even the space in his heart opened at the same time. In front of David, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was no different from the previous demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, except for the fact that he did not have a soul. All of his injuries, including his energy, had recovered to its peak. Of course, this wasn't entirely due to the effects of the indestructible life force. It was more due to the recovery ability of the demigod physique. When the body's injuries were completely healed, the body automatically began to cultivate, and the power of the demigod bloodline automatically circulated in his body. David shook his head. Demigods were really scary. The recovery speed of the bloodline power almost guaranteed that the demigod would be able to last in a battle. Even if the demigod used all of his power of the demigod bloodline, the body that automatically cultivated would be able to replenish the power of the demigod bloodline in time. David did not continue to study the body of the demigod. He had plenty of time to do so in the future. He found the origin of the demigod soul in the shadow attendant's body. It was a dark gold, semi-solid object. In the dark gold, semi-solid object, there were faint patterns that appeared and disappeared. As the patterns were not completely displayed, David could not see what the patterns were. Just as the dark gold semi-solid demigod's soul origin entered David's soul space, the demigod's soul origin emitted a dark gold light that blocked the golden light emitted by the 142 soul avatars. The demigod's soul origin had an instinctive defense mechanism. Even in such a state, it still maintained a certain level of defense. Just as David was about to use his mind to forcefully suppress the demigod's soul origin, the two god spirit crystals emitted two white lights that hit the demigod's soul origin. The dark gold light immediately dispersed. Using this opportunity, the 142 golden lights were successfully connected to the demigod's soul origin. With the help of the two god spirit crystals, the demigod's soul origin could no longer resist and was slowly assimilated. When the demigod's soul origin was completely assimilated and became David's new doppelganger, he was a little hesitant. This was because the thinking speed of the demigod's soul doppelganger was comparable to the thinking speed of 100 level 5 doppelgangers. However, after seeing the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, David decided to resurrect the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. He was not lacking in thinking speed. If he wanted, he could continue to kill level 5 Zergs to increase the number of level 5 doppelgangers he had. As for the demigod's soul doppelgangers, he would not have another chance. If he missed this chance, he did not know when the next one would come. David guided the demigod's soul doppelganger into the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. The demigod's soul doppelganger was the soul of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. The compatibility was 100%, and the fusion was very smooth. The demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, had been revived, but he had also lost the strange sense of holiness. He had turned into a normal human. At most, the demigod aura gave him the aura of a powerful being. However, the sense of holiness was no longer there. After the demigod's soul doppelganger entered the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, a sliver of holiness rose from the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, and became stronger. David looked at the holiness and could not help but frown. Originally, he wanted to change the appearance of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, so that the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, could change his identity. However, no matter how the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, in front of him changed his appearance, as long as people saw the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, they would not pay attention to his appearance. Instead, they would be attracted by the holiness of his aura. This was to tell others that he was the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. They had the same demigod power and the same sense of holiness. No one would mistake the Knights of the Holy Spirit for the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. While David was thinking, a pattern appeared in his demigod's soul doppelganger. It appeared and was not being controlled through the body. This made David feel very strange. Previously, he had resurrected some corpses with special abilities. The souls of those corpses had extracted the original talent ability from the resurrected body and formed a new talent ability pattern. However, the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, was different. This pattern was originally in the demigod's soul doppelganger. Black Dragon Alexis explained, "This is the talent ability pattern directly imprinted on the souls of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This way, even if the Knights of the Holy Spirit dies and their souls return to the side of the god, they can continue to use their talent ability and become a god's combat power. Why doesn't the god do the same for other believers? Wouldn't that give them more combat power?" David asked, puzzled. He thought of the 100 black divine servants with level 5 soul origins he encountered in the small world of the god of plagues, Gladstone. Those black divine servants obviously did not have any special talent ability and could not use the power of a level 5 soul origin. They could only be used as normal combat power. Black Dragon Alexis explained calmly, imprinting the talent ability pattern into the soul requires divine power. Normal souls are not worth the god's effort. Also, even if the Knights of the Holy Spirit is not captured by the Grim Reaper, he will not become a true god. The God he believes in imprinted the talent-ability pattern into his soul, which means that he will only become a member of the small world of the gods, not a god. David nodded. He agreed with what Black Dragon Alexis said. Among the 5 gods of the great world of God, no matter which god it was, they would not allow a new god to appear. This could be confirmed by the fact that other than the 5 gods in the great world of God, there were no other recognized gods. The rest of the gods were defined as evil gods and were despised and hunted down by everyone in the great world of God. While they were talking, the pattern finally stabilized completely. David connected his mind to it. This pattern was called the Holy Spirit domain pattern. David let out a long sigh of relief. Being able to have a domain talent ability meant that the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, had retained most of his combat power. He began to research this Holy Spirit domain, and discovered that this domain was based on the Holy Word Law, and the Holy Word Law was an extremely unique nomological ability. If one wanted to make spatial abilities appear in the Holy Spirit domain, one only needed to issue a spatial command through the Holy Word Law, and they would be able to indirectly control spatial abilities. It was the same for other types of energy. The Holy Word Law could simulate most types of energy control command. Of course, the flaw of the Holy Word Law was very obvious, and that was the problem of power. When the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit unleashed the Holy Spirit domain, the strongest rule attack was only at the peak of the legendary rank. Although there were many variations, the weakness in power was also fatal. It was no wonder that Black Dragon Alexis had evaluated this rule ability as a god's daily life ability. Its power was only at the level of a god's daily life ability. "I'm too greedy," David laughed inwardly. To be able to have a demigod-level avatar at the peak of the legendary rank, and one with many variations at that, what was there not to be satisfied with? David focused his mind on the soul of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. He controlled the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit to try to activate the Holy Spirit domain. Everything within 10 kilometers was within his control. Of course, this wasn't the true spiritual range of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. However, because the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had just been resurrected, his soul still needed some time to recover. With a thought, David made countless fireballs appear within 10 kilometers of him. With another thought, the fireballs disappeared and turned into countless icicles. The various types of energy attacks around him were constantly changing. If he had the support of intelligence, as long as he knew the details of the enemy, the Holy Spirit domain could completely adjust the attack to the best type of energy to counter the enemy. With the status of the shrines in the great world of God, it wasn't difficult for the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit to obtain detailed information about the enemy. It was no wonder that the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could use the Holy Spirit domain to sweep across the main world of the great world of God and clear out countless evil God believers. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit reached out his hand, and a level 5 light longsword appeared in his hand. David tried to use the sword, but he realized that without the support of the sword skill pattern, he could only use the body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit at the Grandmaster level. The sword skill talent was different from other talents. It was a talent that David learned after many battles based on his own knowledge of the sword. Therefore, David tried to copy all the knowledge of the sword skill from his original body into the soul of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. The sword skill knowledge included Grandmaster level sword skills, as well as all the knowledge to break through the barrier of the sword skill and make it a rule talent ability. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit sat quietly on the ground and recalled the day when he broke through the barrier of the sword skill barrier. Without any barrier, the sword skill pattern appeared in his demigod soul space without him noticing. David's eyes flickered. He seemed to have found a way to replicate his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was so strong that it was his strongest melee attack apart from the fatal strike, which was a law attack with the power of a single strike. The biggest weakness of the fatal strike talent ability was that it could only be used once. When dealing with many enemies after the strongest attack, it could not be used again. On the other hand, the innate ability of sword arts could be continuously used. Every sword strike was a fatal strike. Although its might was slightly weaker than the fatal strike, it could still be used to deal with opponents of the same level of battle prowess. All this time, David had been worried about the strength of the resurrected knight. It should be known that even if he controlled the knight clones, he could not use much attack power. This accidental attempt allowed him to copy the sword skill talent ability to each of his clones. David was a little greedy and tried to copy other talents, but he found that it was impossible. Knowledge could be copied, but if it could not be formed into a talent ability pattern, it could not be used. David concluded that the sword skill talent ability was a talent ability that he had comprehended himself. His soul clones could use the same comprehension to turn the knowledge into a talent ability pattern. As for the talents that were obtained directly, there was no comprehension process. It was only the result, so the talent ability could not be copied. Unless he could grasp the talent ability to the same level as the sword skill talent ability and comprehend every detail of the talent ability 100%, he might be able to copy those talents. In 13 different tents on the Guardian planet, 13 5th-level knights sat down. David used the soul connection to copy the sword skill knowledge one by one. After a while, a sword skill pattern appeared in the soul space of each of the 13 5th-level knight. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.